Okay, let me check the microphone here. This stream before, I need to do the filters. So, how do I do that? Here we go. Mic, aux, add noise gate filter. I don't know if you guys can hear me, whoever's watching. I'm testing so it doesn't pick up the mouth movements I make. So I'm gonna initial gain. Noise gate. Okay, I'm gonna start making mouth movements right now. Okay, it's okay. Now let me talk quietly. Ooh, up. So it's -40, -45. Okay. Open. Okay. Above or should just be above that threshold. Open threshold should be closed threshold should be above or above that threshold. Okay. It is for now, but let me see. Can you guys hear any background sound now? I think it works. Okay. I think it works. Or you can't hear, you guys can't hear me at all. Okay, good. Mic setting done. So I got 420 This Dtide again. I'm going over the Dtide guide, and as always, Pollux is not needed. You can clear A5 with just caster carrying 3 random low investment units. These are 2 welfare units. Shit wheels, basically. And you just stall. So I'm going to go over that. Now, people say, why do I rate Pollux so low? I rate him C tier. That's average. He's not good for your count in any stretch of the imagination. Anyone who's telling you to pull for Pollux is sabotaging your Dtide efforts. Because he is not needed. I will show you examples. Like in every team, every showcase we do of Pollux, he uses premium supports or supports to require to do high A5 levels. It is insane how much resources and investments he needs. And but flares, everyone else needs supports. Not everyone else needs supports. The problem with Pollux is that he borrows supports that can be better used on other teams. Like, let's say you follow one team with him with Dies. You know who is Dies? work well with? Jellet, Salvador. They already want dies. Why would you use it on Pollux? That can be an Alert 5 team. And Jellet does not need +4. Does not need OE. Does not need +0. Does not even need premium wheels. The only her SSR, only her SR. Hello? Does not need the resources at all. Aegis can be placed elsewhere. Horla can be placed in a caster team. It makes more Dtide teams. That's how I'm the only English content creator who fucking does high scoring Dtide. And not even well. This is just a guide banner. Look. 75%. Haven't even hit the threshold yet. It is insane. He does not need it. Every team you see him use it with Caster. You see him use it with Horla. You see him use it with Thighs. Guess what? Those units can be used elsewhere to push higher score. Don't believe me? Look at anyone else who clears with Pollux. Now, they're going to report me because they're skin thick bastards, you know? But, so, just look. You already know what their names are. Look at what they use. Look at their score. I'm just pointing out the facts here. Like, look. Corpo. This is Welfare Alert 5. Can do it just fine. This is struggle. This is the hard one. Dorsey needs all the help he can get. Caster. No Pollux. Not needed. Only Jenkins carrying the Wanda. Wanda? What's Wanda doing here? Nothing. It's counter relic. I just stalled. Because Caster does not need Pollux. Only level 80. And there are people with level 84, level 90 casters who use a whaled out Pollux as well. Why are you doing this? That's a waste of pools. If Pollux was a standard character, I would rate him better. I would rate him way better if he was a standard character. He's a limited character. With that pools as a new player, and especially if you're a low spender, you can pull on other units to make more teams. Now, I did Caster twice through it. What if I don't have Jenkins players? Alert 5. Doesn't matter. Just put other units. I just put the Ogier. What did Ogier? What did Daw do? I did this on stream. I record all my runs on stream. I record all my runs. Those guys, they don't. Because they give bad vibes. I've coached players. Most players with Pollux, it goes unused. It goes unused in Dtide because there's no room to fit him in where you would want other units to help hit higher scores. Like 24. What's 24 doing here? For her +2 hand size limit in Ultra. This is no counter. Look. This is no counter R2 7000 counter. This is no counter at all. Just, he doesn't need it. G-Doll. Alert 5. Level 70, not level 80. Let's see here. This is G Murphy, probably strongest unit. This is so much damage. I did invest a lot in her. I'm probably not going for +12 because I'm going to save my pools for another unit to go for 425 because I'm out of units. But let's go over Jellet. Doesn't need OE. Doesn't need +12. Doesn't need good wheels. Just fucking put her on. I guess put whatever wheels. I ran out of wheels at this point. Alert 5. That's just fine. This is to Will. Obviously, is my most invested team. So it's whatever. I removed the G-Dog because G-Dog can carry a wave on his own. And this is Calf. You saw this Calf disaster on stream. This took a while. This took the longest run because of G Murphy Boss. Now, I'm going to go over examples of Pollux right now. So, end recording. Yeah. Actually, then I clipped together the other clip. So, yeah. Look, there's me. There's everyone else telling you to pull for Pollux. Wasting their fucking resources. Wasting their fucking resources when you could... And it's not just this Dtide with Ultra Ring. This is during Blue Ring. It's just me and fucking Monchi. And everyone else. And I spend way less than Monchi. And it's everyone else. Because I'm not talking about how to fucking make the best team. But sure, if you want to do a lot of damage with Caster Pollux, pull for him. But in terms of expanding your account progression, Pollux does absolutely nothing for your account. Again, did not whale out that much on this game. And does nothing for your account, and I push high score Dtide. I try to push high as can. This is what I'm working with. Just saying. So you either trust people who don't push content, haven't coached people. I've coached how many hours? 500, 600, maybe 1,000 hours to go for all my streams and even all the unstreamed coaching sessions. People in comments, you can ask them. I receive several DMs a day. Sometimes it's like 4 to 10 DMs a day, and I help everyone who DMs me. I know what's good for a new player's account, and Pollux is not it. Sure, he's strong with supports, but other units can scale harder and ages better than Pollux. Pollux has a situation where he wants good supports that are already taken up by other units. Thighs, Salvador, and Jellet already wants them. So if you want to have a Salve carry or a Jellet carry, you kind of want to choose one. So I only use Salve as a support. If you don't you just use Salve as a support. And it's a struggle without Thighs. That's just a couple. Horla, everyone already wants Horla. Why would you put that many premium supports on one team? Why in Dtide? Remember, this is the endgame content. You can only use every unit once. Every unit once. Now, in this situation, I cleared all this. So, what here do I have left? I'm going to show you what I have left. Where would Pollux go here? Tell me. What team would Pollux fit in of my remaining supports? You know what we have a dearth of? Supports that can have Vaughn for 429. Remember, 10 teams. In the 10 teams you'll make, every unit in the game here, I got the Pollux from the whatever banner. So where is the Vaughn? That's right, we're almost out of Vaughn. It's only Daffodil left. It's only Daffodil left and Alva in certain scenarios. Where are the weakness? We have Solis. Does Solis go well with Pollux? Not particularly. Where else am I going to get weakness? Where else am I going to get Vaughn? Where else am I going to get scaling? When you are pushing high-end content, he serves no point. Like, he makes your caster team stronger. But why? Let's look at all where Pollux is used. At the 429. Look. Plus 12, plus 12. Why is he needed here? He's not needed here. You know why? Caster can already do Alert 5 without Pollux. Without even Jenkins, really. Not even level 90. This is a whale borrow, but not even level 90. He can already perform just fine without it. So, I don't know if you guys know this. In Dtide, you can take as many turns as you want. It's about clearing the content, not clearing it fast in Dtide. Sure, main story stages, but main story stages, you can use other teams that are better for account so you can push higher scores in Dtide. More team building, better teams. And G-Doll, every other unit goes well with more teams. Like G-Doll, you can fit her with Tawil. You can fit her on her own team. You can fit her on many teams. 24, Poison, whatever. These are more versatile units. And your point for Pollux, you have to build a team around them. Whereas other teams, you can have more interesting utility and gameplay to tackle every boss. We already went through how there are a lot of bosses which completely counters Pollux. You want to switch up the unit. Whereas good, decent teams, they can go on to any boss like Tawil and do just fine. Sure, there are some bosses where Tawil performs worse, but she can still clear. She's still clear. You don't have to change out units. Every other team, you have to change out units. You have to change out units if they seal. Tawil, you don't have to worry about it. You can just seal other units. There's always a way out of it. Pollux, what utility does he provide for your team besides the damage? Especially in late game, when he doesn't have damage scaling. Sure, he does high base damage. There's no debating he does high base damage. But as we've seen in this Dtide, when the bosses reach 4 or 5 million HP with his 1x scaling, he encounters issues. Sometimes they release an unnerfed boss with 8 million HP. Every other unit is going to scale. And there's power creep. he's probably the first unit to be power creep because all of his stats come from his base stats. You know why? Damage amp does not affect his atonement as much. Any one of you can go in game and test it. Test without damage amp and damage amp. It only affects his base card damage, not his first card played, not his main source of damage, atonement. The only thing that affects it is his levels and crit damage. Those are his only two scaling vectors in the game. Do I need to go further? I think it speaks for itself. Only English person here. But let's go over the bosses. So, I did a stream of all the bosses, the second clear. So you can go for the full footage, but I'm going to go over the replay on every boss. So I'm going to go over the overview first. So actually, let's go over the replay. So this team, we're currently replays bugs, so we have to go with the disc to do it. So I did it with Thorazine and Arita. Cassia. So this wave, it's Ultra Ring. This is one of the easier Dtide waves. This is like the last one, the same difficulty. I would say it's a bit easier because the hard bosses are loaded towards the back rather than front, and because of how scaling works. So let's see Pharaohs, for example, from last Dtide. It was quite hard on Alert 5. This Dtide is relatively easy unless you're playing, I guess, like real Ultra units. It's Ultra Ring, so you can have some like trash tier characters do great. Because Cassia Relic is very good because it's permanent strength down. But between these two, my wailed out Thorazine, because he needs every bit of ounce to get. You can watch the run on stream and how fucking painful this Thorazine run is. Thorazine's always painful. Do not recommend. He's a heavy whale unit, just like Pollux, that is a win more character. Because his whole percent, when they have HP inflation, he's the weakest ever. When the boss has low HP, he is super strong. Just like Pollux. If the boss has really low HP, he is one of the best awakers in the game. But when you fight bosses with millions and millions and millions and millions of HP, he does nothing. Because of his whole mechanic. Let's see. It's one of these. I think it's in the Enlightens. This is Thorazine's Enlightens. It's in one of these. I think it's his Exalt. There we go. Here we go. For every 1% HP to target is missing final damage of this Exalt plus 3%. So they're missing 99%. It's 99. So it's like 300% final damage. And final damage is the best damage basket in the game. It's the best damage multiplier in the game because it's so rare to get. That's why you see videos of Pollux one-shotting, because that's the only source of scaling he can get, is if you can kind of somehow get final damage working with his cards. That's the same with Thorazine, why he's so strong, is because of this final damage. That's why I'm sick of fucking Reddit, dude. Like, did I not know the Relic was doing most of the thing? Because final damage is the only source of scaling Pollux can possibly get. Just compare it on the Dtide. But here. So, there is a problem with this thing, as I went over several times. So, let me go over this replay while I talk over it. So you know I'm not staring at a blank screen the entire time. So this is Alert 5. When the boss has 1,000,000 HP, and this is low HP for Alert 5 now. Because sometimes they have bosses with like 5,000,000 HP or something. So when a boss has 1,000,000 HP, for example, let's say boss has 100,000. If you do 10,000 damage, that's 10% of his HP. So Thorazine gets a 30% damage bonus on his Exalt. Let's say the boss has 1,000,000 HP. You do 10,000 damage. That's 1%. I know how to do math. That's 1%. You get a 3% damage bonus now. That is his problem late game. No matter how hard you wail on him, you have to find that damage somewhere to get their HP low. So, we're going to see how painful it is. See how low this damage is right now? In comparison, like, I plus 12 invested in this Thorazine. I wailed out super hard. It's 2 premium wheels. Look, because the boss has such high HP, that over-exalt. No, that regular exalt, all that combo was only 100,000 damage. That was only 100,000 damage for all that setup. And we had 300 strength. And this even gets more ridiculous later on. Like, if you get the boss low enough, in order for Thorazine to start doing damage, you would have already won on Calf. You would have already won on Twill. You would have already won on many units. Because you had the ability to get the boss's HP that low. You have that innate ability already to reduce the boss's HP. So you wouldn't need Doricine anyway. Doricine is very good for new players, however, because story mode, they nerfed the HP values, so we can always one-shot bosses. Just like Pollux, just like Liz. He can always one-shot bosses in story mode. That is great. But for actual endgame content, when the boss has millions and millions of HP, every percent you get down gets rougher and rougher and rougher. Gets rougher and rougher and rougher. And you do no damage, basically. I need to speed this up. There needs to be a turn skip. I recorded this too. I'm sending my editor. But there needs to be a turn skip for this. Because it is annoying how slow and how often I have to switch between the two. Look, now he does 102,000 damage. So see how we're ramping up damage and strength. G Murphy would have already done 2 million damage. Turn 4. G Murphy would have done, if I invested her the same as I did Doricine, G Murphy would have done 2 million damage. And I will show it later on in the video. Actually, I'll probably show it now. I'll probably show it after. So, look, this is low. We have 800 strength right now. Those of you who play Calf, imagine if you have 800 strength on your Calf. If you have 800 strength on your Calf, the boss would be dead. Calf would do 1 million damage already, without the conditional of lowering the boss's HP. She can 100 to 0 the boss with 1,000 strength. Look, he generates so much strength. Doricine generates a lot of strength. He does not use it effectively because of how he is designed. As a win more character. Like, we're going to win. This is a struggle compared to Arita, compared to all that. So let's keep going. So this boss has the whole decay. I'll go over that when I go over the Arita overview. But I'm just complaining about Doricine now. I wailed out on him because I am too deep in hole. Why did I wail on him, Flares? Because I'm pushing for 400. I already spent the pools to get him up to E3. I'm not going to abandon a unit, okay? So I needed to get him strong enough to clear A5. And he still cannot clear the harder A5s without a lot of work on my part. So this is 300,000 damage. This is turn 5, by the way. Turn 5. And now he will do damage. He will do so much damage right now, dude. Hits XL will do so much damage. Because the boss's HP is very low. And I'll show it. He's going to do so much damage. We have 1,000 strength. 1,100 strength. You know how much damage Calf does at 1,000 strength. He has 3 corpse stacks. Our HP is low. We have everything for him to succeed. 3 corpse stacks. 1,200 strength. The boss's HP is nothing. How much damage does he do, guys? 340,000 damage on his XL. 340,000 fucking damage. Okay? That was with all that. So let's go to someone who I also invested in. G Murphy. Now this is only plus 8, but it's level 85, so it's somewhat fair. In 4 turns, she does 2 million damage. And let me show you. I'm not making this up. In 4 turns, no setup. No thought. You know how much effort I put in that Doricine run? A lot. This was first try. Okay, this is annoying. Here you go. This was first try, by the way. So, over result, you stack up. The boss has 1.7 million HP. This is what I'm talking about with Pollux and other investment issues. He does not scale very well besides of dupes and levels. And you want to use those resources elsewhere. Now, let's wait. This is so fucking slow, dude. I have the recording, but I think the replay is better for these type of videos because I don't have to edit it. It's less editing on my part. It's less to no editing on my part, which is why I like doing this now. So I'm just scaling right now. So don't do anything. See how simple this gameplay loop is? She's just shitting. Like, The boss is dead. The boss doesn't even know it yet, but the boss is dead. I don't know the boss real-wise is dead. But the boss has been dead for some time. So, we're white stancing, so next turn, we're going to burst. Do this. Generate so much key flare, so much utility. And we're going to get the Miriam to heal up. I remember, blah, blah, blah. And no G Murphy relic, by the way. No Awaker relic at all. These are shit tier relics. No damage relics to inflate the numbers. Dorsine had all the damage relics. You saw. No relics needed at all, basically. These are just, survivability relics. So, look. This is turn 4, by the way. Okay, before we do this. This is turn 4, by the way. Dorsine took 6 turns. You saw how much damage and how much setup to that 340,000 damage in 6 turns. You saw how much I invested in him and his team. All of his wheels. Everything. Now look at this. This is 4 turns. 800 strength from Goliath. Okay. And just her Exalt alone. Let's see how much her Exalt damage does. Yeah, look. 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 Turn 4. Look. 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 Yeah, I can still keep going. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. So, that was close to 2 million damage. Turn 4. This is 2 million damage turn 4. And if I stacked up Covenant stacks, this is only like 1 or 2 Covenant stacks. With 5 Covenant stacks, this would have been over 3 million damage. If I waited till 6 turns, this would have been 3 million damage instead of 2 million damage. So, 800,000 sacrifice stacks, 1 million damage, 1.8 million damage. Because it didn't carry over, but yeah. That was if I plus 12 G Murphy and put as much investment as I did onto this Dorsine team, which I regret. But, I'm too deep in the hole. I'm warning you guys. I'm too deep in the hole to pull out. I cannot pull out. This is a team I have to run. I have to use Dorsine. I have him invested. I pulled him to plus 12 this Annie. I had him at plus 4. It was a struggle. He needs every bit of help he can get. I'm warning everyone. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's 1,600 strength for this much damage. Look at the turns. This is my Arita team. Welfare, standard, no OE limiteds. They do the same amount of damage as my Wailed Out Dorsine. They do the same amount of damage as my Wailed Out Dorsine. Look, not even plus 12 SSR wheels. Besides this one. This one doesn't renew. This is the Annie wheel. But look, these are the wheels I use. These are the relics I use. Look at this shit. Like, I put so much resources, so much money into that Dorsine team. And my Arita team clears the same speed. I'm too deep in. I can no longer pull out. It's welded. It's welded. I am welded deep inside Dorsine. You cannot pull me out. It is part of my being right now. I'm warning you, do not go deep inside of him. You cannot pull out. He demands more. You have to go deeper once you pull him. Like, holy shit. I can no longer pull out. I'm warning all you guys. So, let's go over to boss mechanics. So, this boss has decay and stuff, which is kind of cancer. So basically, the first boss is pretty easy if you have to will, if you have multi-hit, and if you have healer. The first boss is always easy, especially alert 5. So Cassidy's permanent strip down. So you reuse Cassidy to reduce 10 damage, and the boss has counter. So big single target hits work with like the war scene works just fine, and healing. You really want healing on this boss, and a way to get rid of decay. Now, both the war scene and both our team has enough shields to ignore the decay. Why do you want healing on this boss? Is because because he does bleed and he does decay. And what decay does, I'll pause it when he does the hold decay mechanic again. And strength down works too. Cassia works. So this is a multi-hit. So you want strength down. So Cassia with Thing is strength down, so no damage. Tawil works here too. Tawil works, Wando works. A lot of units work here. As long as you have a good strength down unit, his tentacles and his whatever is fine. So we poof. So yeah, I'm just scaling up tentacles. This is slower without G Murphy, but I really wish G Murphy was weaker because she's so strong. I would use G Murphy on this team. I would use G Murphy on this team and not her own team if G Murphy was weaker. But she's so strong that she can carry an alert 5 on her own. So, unfortunately, this team is not as strong. So, after 4 turns, he gets this, which is every turn he summons a mob. And that's annoying because they have 50, 60,000 health on alert 5. It's really annoying. But this is kind of a DPS race if you don't have heals. If you don't have heals, is a DPS race after the first hit. So we're just doing this. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Trillions of hits. Arita's scale is pretty hard right now. Based on how many glands. Every time you X on her, to reach the scale is pretty hard. And once you eat 20 glands, she hits an additional time. Is this the decay? Nope. This is the whole shield hit that Blesser has. So basically, every point of shield you have reduces the damage by 1 as well. So if you have a lot of shield, this does no damage. Just strength downing him. Yep. So yeah, as you get more shield, you see, the boss does way less damage. So shielder and tank is what I recommend if you're pushing, but any team really works. So, and next turn I'm gonna kill because he's gonna do the whole decay, and I can't get rid of decay. So this is the main gimmick of the boss. He does decay on the first turn and on the 6th turn. Is this decay? No, it's not. Decay is somewhere. Oh well, I'm just gonna kill it, and then I'm gonna go over to decay. That's the main thing about why you want heals. But this is the turn I kill it. So, this is the same amount. This is 6 turns, just like Dora scene. Red stance. So, this is hard because this is counter. So, I need to get just enough to avoid it. So, who fucking pinged me here? So, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I was switch between speed and sweat for like, look. This team already does as much damage as my wailed out door scene. Here. So, and I'm just stocking up. Blah, blah, blah. I need to do this to not die to the counter. You get how much? Trillions and trillions and trillions of hits on the counter. Yeah. And I still had more glands. This actually does more damage than my fucking Dorsian. Holy shit, I just realized. That actually did more damage than my Dorsian. Because I still had things to do. afterwards. I still had cards I could have played. Wait, this team does more damage than my fucking Dorsine. Yeah, but this... I don't know why it didn't let me hit. Let me click on the boss. Where's the fucking... Yeah. This team does more damage than my fucking Dorsine. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. This is a welfare unit. Everyone can get plus 12 Arita now. Within 3 to 4 months of playing the game, you can get a plus 12 Arita. Standard character. Corporal Murphy. Not overexalted. Whatever. Yeah. This is a welfare unit, by the way. This is a welfare small-ass child. And her stats are dog shit. Look at her stats, because they buff limited stats. This is post-Dorsine buff. They buff every limited awaker, so you can wail more. And they did not buff standard or welfare awakers. So let me double down on this. Look at my Dorsine stats. 200 fucking attack power, okay? Arita. This little small child, okay, that's a welfare unit, does not cost you money. Does not cost you money. She's free. She's free. Okay. Fucking. I'm in too deep. It's like that Sum 41 song, okay? In too deep. Great song. I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to sleep. All the thoughts in my head. Dun, 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 dun. You guys remember that back in high school? Cause I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to sleep. All the thoughts in my head. Machi, you remember Sum 41? Okay, Wave 2. Let's talk about Wave 2 here. Caster. This is a caster wave. The boss has Pierce, but caster goes well in it. You know why? And Wanda. This is one of the few times you can use Wanda. You know why? This Wave 2 boss has one of the best counter relics. Dude, Sum 41 isn't out. Okay, this. So every time you receive counter or get counter, you get 2 mana back. So, Wanda goes well here. I like Wanda. I love Wanda. She's just dog shit normally now in Wave 2. If Wanda was stronger, I would invest in her and play her. Everyone rates Wanda low. Every tier list rates Wanda low because Arc 2 fucking gutted her. Arc 2 fucking gutted Wanda, dude. Arc 2 gutted... Okay, you can listen to old songs. No, you can listen to old songs recently. There are some 41 fans watching this video in chat right now that are young, just like I am. So, everyone knows the issue with Wanda. It's flat counter scaling, can't crit, cards are expensive. This alleviates the expensive, and you can take advantage of the strength down. So let me replay this. So this is the weaker. You don't need fucking polish. You don't need anything for this. So let's go in. I did caster twice. This boss is... So the very first thing the boss does... Here we go. Can I click? Why can't I click on the boss? This replay system needs some work. Here we go. So... This boss is one of the many bosses with Pierce. Machi, watching the stream right now. Pierce has been a thing since the game launched, Machi. There are mobs and enemies that have done Pierce. Did you know that there is a random little mob in the early chapter that also pierces Machi? If you let it live long enough? I also did not notice. Someone pointed it out to me. There's actually, like, one of the early chapters, a mob that does pierce. So what pierce does is what we do pierce. It pierces through your shield. So this shield does not matter. She's going to pierce through it. So you need strength down for first hit. Luckily, she only does it first turn and a lot later. And you'll kill her before she pierces you again. This has 1,000,000 HP. And she gets reinforced based on how low your HP is. If you have 100% HP, she does not have any Reinforce or Fortress. I still call it Reinforce. That's the old terminology for it. So Fortress. Her damage received is reduced. So you kind of want to stay at high health. Otherwise, you're going to do less damage to the boss. But you can just wait out. Play slow. So this Wanda works. Okay, come on. Speed it up, game. Speed it up, game. We don't have all day fucking replay system. You don't have all day. Again, I'm on top of the leaderboards. You can watch these replays on your own without me narrating over them. You can look at all my replays. But, holy shit, this is so fucking slow. Holy shit, this is so fucking slow. I want to go over the boss game. Let me skip turns. Okay, now she's going to do a massive bleed and gain shield. So that's why you kind of want a little bit of healing. But if you have a strong enough shield, like with Caster, you don't really care. I have the healing relic. This is why I bought the Voyager Paracel, which heals after I rouse. So I'm going to use that to get rid of the bleed. So I overkilled the boss on both occasions because I overestimated how many plumes I need. But it's better to overestimate than underestimate. So you basically turtle. You can turtle with Caster. There's no award for killing it faster in Dtide. Because you want to minimize your teams. You want to spread out your good units to get as high of a score as possible. Holy shit, this... Why is this so slow? This is AIDS. This is AIDS. I also did this on stream, so you can watch it on stream as well. With Wanda and the other name. Holy shit, this is so AIDS. This is a video. I don't want to make the video an hour and a half long. Come on, game, do it faster. So I doubled up the attack. That's Wanda's thing. She's going to hit on my big fat counter. And counter does proc corrosion at a lesser rate. So I'm going to go into Ultra Turn here to regen everyone. And I'm going to shield up some more. Because Wanda has nice strength down. And all these 4 costs makes her, does do 10 damage. That's the power of Wanda, especially on this, when you can afford to play her cards. When you can afford to play her cards, that's fine. So 16,000 counter, because I have the counter relic to counter. Oh, I also bought this. These counting relics, I believe in. I count. So I count 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. I did it on stream. Monty was there when I counted. You count 3, 2, 1 or 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2 basically. This is 0, 1, 2. This is 0, 1, 2. Poison is 3, 2, 1. So just learn how to count and you can scale up counter better than Wanda can. Because this gives you 300, this gives you 1,000 counter per turn if you proc it, which is more than what Wanda gives you. That's how I'm able to farm this, and I want to rouse everyone to get more and more counter. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Minimum does Machi. So yeah. I could have killed the boss this turn, but I just wanted to stall it out. So this is Overexalt. I think this is a turn I eventually decided to push and kill. Maybe it's next turn. I do stall a lot. I have no idea what I did. I think I pushed this turn. I think I did push this turn. Yeah, I pushed this turn. I killed this turn. 42 reinforce. Easy. Don't need Pollux. Don't need anything. It's just caster. So boom, boom. This is so fucking slow. Come on. Speed it up. I played the actual game. Speed it up. Get this? Nope, that's slower. Speed it up. Speed it up. Speed it up, you piece of shit. Speed it up. Come on. Don't have all day here. Yeah, there we go. That was wave 2. It's a pretty easy boss. Just double caster it. Double caster it. Jenkins, Wanda, 24. Now this one I did on... I don't know why this bugs, so I have to go for this. This one I did on stream. You can look at the VOD for it. This one, 24, basically is here just for the hand size limit so caster can live longer. That's why she's here, and I did these just stall. Everyone knows how the G-Dog comp works. This, you just stall, and you just kill. This is 15 turns. Just watch this replay. I've coached people with the G-Dog comp several times. This is just doll. Well, I'll actually go in and explain the doll mechanics. But just use G-Dog. The G-Dog comp works wave 3. The G-Dog comp works wave 3. Just use the G-Dog comp. So basically what doll is she has no HP, but she spawns mobs every X card you play. Every fucking 8 cards you play, she spawns an ad in front of you, and if you kill the ad, they get invulnerable and they go to the back line. And they kill you and your family. So basically, you don't want to kill the ad unless you can survive the ad hit. With G-Dog, you don't need to care about it. This is actually the easiest G-Dog week. Why? Because G-Dog does not hit the ad. All she does is apply poison to them. So the ad won't die to anything but the poison procs. Yeah, see? Every X card's play, but when the ad is alive, they do no damage alert 5 and they have no HP. If you kill the mob, they will kill you and your family and they'll hit you for thousands of damage. They'll hit you for thousands of damage, and I did kill one, and it hurts so hard. But you just do the whole G-Dog cheese this wave. It's pretty easy overall. Yeah, this is going to be a long, because this run is very easy. Just watch the VOD. All you need is G-Dog. You don't need any other limited units. Yep, all standard units here. So, let's do next. Wave 4. You already saw how easy Murphy no diffs this boss. Murphy, 2 strong, 4 turns, 2 million damage. No issues at all. Jellet also, it's more of an issue. Jellet is probably a bit weaker than my G Murphy comp right now. Jellet is weaker than my G Murphy comp right now. I don't invest much in her because she can already clear A5. There's no point in pulling more for her when she can already clear A5 just fine. But what this boss does is the whole decay mechanic as well, again. The whole decay, the whole whatever mechanic. So you want healing or shields or whatever. So this is the whole boss mechanic. So if your HP is less than 50%, you do 35% less damage. The debuff is removed if you heal up over 50%. And she does it on the very first hit. So if your HP is below that value, you have decay. So you're going to get a damage down reduction for the entire fight until you can heal up. If your team does not have healing enough to get above the 50% HP threshold, it's just a huge damage nerf. It's just a huge damage nerf for you the entire fight. 35%. But Jellet heals, obviously, and fucking G Murphy has Miriam to heal up. And all the relics, and he doesn't really care. And, yeah. So as long as you have healing, this boss is a joke. The boss spawns 10 mobs as well. The boss spawns an ad after this turn. That's what these stacks are for. It's not live stacks. So basically, it spawns an ad behind the boss. You can just ignore it. You don't care about it. Just kill the boss. There's nothing hard about this boss unless you're an ultra player, I guess. The boss does have a few other gimmicks. Because whenever you deal damage, they get a little bit of a shield. So you don't really want to use Tawil, but Tawil can already work on it if you build counter. So Jellet excels at this boss because Jellet prevents the boss from gaining shield. Because that's what her Jellet's E3 does. The boss gains shield, but the boss will only gain one shield each time because of Jellet's mechanic. So Jellet can just ignore the entire boss's mechanic of gaining shield every time you hit the boss. The boss will only gain 1 shield, and that's nothing. Caster will also go well in this boss because Corrosion hits through shield because it's true damage. Corrosion hits through shield, so caster would work on this boss. But the problem is you don't have the healing. But you can kind of prevent your HP from dropping that low in the first place. Yeah, this boss is quite easy. The only thing to worry about is the decay. Like, see this decay? That's the only thing you have to worry about. You need to find a way to heal up to 50% or more HP, and that's how you kill this boss. The tentacle damage and stuff, you just get strength down stuff, which is to will, or Horla's 2-cost card works too, or you just kill the boss fast enough before the tentacle scale to kill you and your family. When the tentacle scaled to kill you and your family, it becomes an issue. But it's pretty boring watching this. So let's go to the next boss. This is an easy boss to explain. So let's go to the Wave 5 boss. Now the Wave 5 boss, there's something wrong with it. Like, the mechanics are easy to understand. But in practice, if you go to my calf stream, the struggle, the calf, sometimes the boss revives with no rhyme or reason. Because we can understand what the boss does second phase. So basically the boss gains Covenant stacks. And he scales tentacles very hard. Lots of tentacle damage. So this is sort of a DPS race if you do not have strength down with Tawil. Counter comps go hard on this boss. If you have Daft counter, if you have Blue Will, it goes extremely hard on this boss, just like Murphy. Why? She does a 5-hit. She does a 5-hit, and with strength down, super hard. It goes super hard on this boss. Because you can generate a lot of counter. Now, I did not luck out. I did not get the Twill Oversoul Shattered Halberd. If I did, the boss would have died like turn 5 or 4. If I got the Shattered Halberd on the first thing, but I didn't. Unfortunately, I did not. Also, the boss gains sacrifice stacks based on how much active damage you do to it, which is also affected by counter and all that as well. Surprisingly, it does affect it by a little bit. It's hard to explain. Don't understand why it does, but it works. But Shattered, these are just the Caucus Shattered. So this is only 9,000 counter. If I had the 12 Exalt counter, it would have been 25,000 counter. At the end of this, 30,000 counter. You've seen the videos of my counter. At the end of turn. And the boss would have been almost dead first turn. This would have been like double the counter, so it would have been 46,000 at end of turn counter. This is really low counter for a Blue Will, so I did not pull into the counter relic, which is a shame. But you see, the boss gains sacrifice stacks of wall, and it takes down. And the boss has Covenant stacks. So basically, when you kill the boss, she revives, and she gains tentacle damage, and heals up that percentage. So, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just storing up protectives and stuff on my Blue Will in order to have enough protectives when she does the next 5-hit maneuver. She does a lot of 5-hits throughout the fight. So she's going to buff, and during the buff turns, you hit her fast and hard with any team. She's going to buff, basically. So these turns, you can just do whatever, but you're going to take a lot of tentacle damage. You're going to take 800 to like 1,000 plus tentacle damage every turn, and every turn you leave the boss alive, she's basically gaining like 300, 400 damage every turn. That later on, if you don't have weakness applied. So I just need to kind of push her right now, or at least like the sacrifice pusher. Then I have another free turn. Because when you push her with tentacles or sacrifice stacks, you get basically a free turn where the only damage you're taking is from the tentacles because the boss will not hit you. A lot of bosses do this when they give you a free turn. So the sacrifice stacks or whatever is going to push. So sacrifice poison is going to push, and the boss is still going to cast their thing. That's going to buff, and boom, free turn. Because their evolve stage is a free turn. So this is a free turn where the only damage taken is from the tentacles that I can just store up and rest. This is a rest turn to get all your relics, proccing all your affairs in order for the next phase. That's why blue and poison and counter is very good. Because if you kill them with, let's say, a poison or a sacrifice tick, you get a free turn basically. because now the boss does nothing again. So I can still build up resources, build up counter for the next turn. Again, I'm taking 1800 damage because of the sacrifice stacks on me and the tentacles. It's a lot of damage, nothing we can do to avoid that. But the boss has, how many covenant stats? The boss has 12 covenant stats right now, which means that when I kill him, the boss is going to restore 12% of her max HP. So when taking damage, gain sacrifice if stacks are 0. So this is just the, she gains a back a life. So this is the revive. Yeah, that is the revive. So boom, boom, boom. So Kaka's over result generates counter. It's a decent amount of counter. Now at least with G Murphy, once you scale tentacle damage, his over result, I've grown accustomed to liking his over result since the since the G Murphy cards, because his over result actually does decent chunk of damage. Well, I discovered when I was doing the G Murphy meme runs, it does a decent amount of counter to write home about. Yeah, tentacles is not proc, so this is the 5 hit. So I'm basically 4 winnings her down, so she does no damage. You see, 4 wings her down. Now she does no damage because of all that strength down. She has 288 strength down because of the will. And I have 73,000 countering in all of the protective hits. So look. Boom, boom, boom. That's 1.4 million damage. And kill. So I need to kill her twice this turn, basically. I think I just stall here. This is the one more complicated team comp, so I don't fault you for not understanding. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let the sacrifice kill this turn. And I live because I have the Nautilus Exalt. Nautilus Exalt gains shield based on current shield, and since I have my HP so high, I get 1700 shield. Based off that, so I can just survive that. It's no big deal. You can get like 4,500 shield with this comp. You can get like 4,500 shield with this comp. So I proc it again. Now the boss has 2 lives this turn, I believe. Nope, the boss has 0 lives. I think the boss has 0 lives. Yeah, the boss has 0 lives here. So I don't know what Menglao was talking about with the boss gains a life reset. Because this is fake news. The boss has X amount of lives. The boss has X amount of lives. Like, it does not make sense. Yeah, thank you for watching my content. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that boss is probably the hardest boss this Dtide. I recommend Counter Blue Will. I recommend... Not Calf. That was a struggle. The Calf comp was a struggle. Not Calf. I did not recommend Calf. Calf does not go well in this boss. I struggled on stream on this. So anyone that has massive strength down or gets countered, because the 5 hit the boss does, she'll fall over. She'll fall over if you have high enough counter value. So Daffodil works as well. Daffodil works if you have Daffodil super invested OE. And any strength down unit you can possibly get, or a lot of damage to kill the boss. This is the hardest boss this Dtide. That concludes the Dtide overview video. So let me quickly make this into a video. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Close all gaps. Okay. Let me change the resolution of this. One, three, two. Boom. Okay. Dtide. What date is it? Dtide. December 8th. Okay, let me make the thumbnail based on the template real quick. I'm gonna get the screenshot. Boom. Paint. Where's Microsoft Paint? Boom, boom. Let me get the editor thumbnails. Let me see. Where is the editor one? I'm going to reuse this. Okay, this thumbnail, 2% more effort. It's my thumbnail. You know which one is made by me and which one is made by my thumbnail guy immediately. This is based on his template he made for me. So replace. Okay. Done. If anyone has questions about Dtide, sure. Did you do the GDAW Wave 3 clear on stream? Don't think I did. I think because I was trying to re-download the drivers for my new the new PC build. I don't think I streamed that. What? Hold on. Let me just because I'm eating right now too. I'm eating me that bit. Hudale. I'm eating me hudale right now. It's basically Vietnamese egg noodles with beef. I went to a newer Vietnamese restaurant yesterday. As a Vietnamese person myself. I spent like $80 for to-go food. Because I hate cooking. It's a waste of time. Yeah, it's great. Sorry, I haven't ate since last night actually. Since last night. Actually, the last time I ate was last night when I got this food from the restaurant. Because I got home, I Dtided and raided the entire time when I got home. And then I went to work because I actually did not sleep. Those of you guys know I did not sleep. Monty knows I did not sleep. And then I got home. I set a timer. I slept for like 40, 50 minutes. And I woke up and I started streaming. And now I am here. Oh yeah. Let me check how much I slept. I did set an alarm. How much did I sleep? Oh, 55 minutes. Almost an hour. I slept 55 minutes when I got home. And now I'm here. I don't know how I'm not alive. You don't need sleep. There's nothing that indicates I need sleep. Imagine okay. You don't need that much sleep. Like, I don't know why you would ever need that many hours. Like, I wasn't always this way. I keep telling you guys. I wasn't always like, I used to get like 9 hours, 9 hours of sleep a day back in high school and before. But after college, and I got my first internship, and I need to read and game and have personal hobbies, I discovered I don't need that much sleep. Everyone who ever interns in accounting or starts off an accounting job knows what I'm talking about. Even Monty knows. Like, when you start off your first few years, it is cancer. You either give up all of your hobbies or you give up sleep. I'm rational, and I gave up sleep. I kept all of my hobbies, all my hardcore MMOing. Like Monchi, I talked to Monchi, and he was like, I was like, asked him, like, so what did you do when you started out accounting? Like all the fucking things. And he was like, I just played more. That's how I played gotchas. He was like, that's why I got gotchas, because they're easy, low time commitment. I'm like, no. You just give up sleep. I went the path of giving up sleep. Monchi went the path of giving up his hobbies. One of us made the right decision here. Okay? And it's me. So I got 420 This Dtide again. I'm going over the Dtide guide. And as always... Yeah, you guys should practice it before you get into the workforce. Because some of you guys will have to decide whether you need sleep or friends and family. Friends and family, hang out with your friends, going to the mall, going to the arcades, going to the movies with your friends, going roller skating. What else do college students do? That's what I want. Like, when you go to the roller skating rinks, you go to the arcades with your friends. Let's say you're hanging out at like a Abercrombie and Fitch, all that. You don't have time for that when you're starting out on a job. You don't have time for that at all. Unless you give up the job, sleep, or those hobbies. And gaming and stuff brings me joy to my life. Does sleep give you any sense of joy? No. You are sleeping. I want to be awake and do things. Why would you sleep and waste your life? Now, if I did not have my job, maybe I would sleep more. But I have to decide, how do I get as much game time as possible? I need a job to survive. I do not need sleep to survive. None of you guys need sleep to live. You guys need money to live. You guys need money for food, shelter. Okay. Do you need sleep to live? I have proven you do not. IMDEF December 8, 2025. Why Pollock's bad? Why? Pollock's is bad. Let me make the title. Upload the thumbnail. Boom, boom, boom. And let me put in the descriptions on the YouTube real quick before I respond to chat. I am reading chat. I will respond to any questions and things after I finish putting descriptions here. Just watch my G-Doll run. Import. Let's make this in the Dtide playlist. Dtide guide playlist. Okay, I'm too lazy to wait for visibility. Publish. Okay. Soul Forge is more important than levels. Soul Forge are most important. Right. Gito's probably the cheapest in terms of resources A5 unit in the entire game. Cheapest in the entire game because she does not even need levels. I did not use a single level mat on her. She's not even level 80. Pollux, do you see the Pollux A5 clears? They're like level 80, level 90. Even Tawil, even Dorothy, they need the levels. Cheetah does not need the levels or the super good limited supports. Only the faint. And even then, you probably don't even need that much. She doesn't even need Soul Force to do Alert 5. She's probably like the cheapest Alert 5. Because everyone else needs like limited supports. Even Jellet. There's no limited supports on this A5 team at all. This is probably the cheapest team to do A5 a new player can possibly make. Not even close. Yeah, this is the cheapest in terms of limited pools you can possibly make. Shido is very good. This is probably like the cheapest team in the entire game to do Alert 5. Yeah, doesn't matter. Everyone else requires a bit of investment. I gotta record the team overview because I'm doing an updated Realm series guide. Gotta vote the audio for that and then give it to my editor. Hold on, but I need to finish eating first. And just saying, I'll answer questions while I'm eating my dinner. I'll answer any questions or showcase any comps as long as I can do it with one hand. I can do anything you guys want right now as long as I can do it with one hand. Because I'm eating. Sometimes I will require two hands to get the bean sprouts. Maybe I show a replay while I'm eating. Let me see. Alright, let's do this. This is another... I fucking hate this replay bug. Yeah, this is just stalling. Yep, you can probably do a for everything with that much. You can probably a for everything with that much. This is such a fucking disappointing. So disappointing. Boom. Transition. Skill issue is a common issue for most players. But let me replay how difficult this Dorothy is. Again, look at the investment I put into him here. I'm giving him the fucking planet, dude. I'm giving Dorothy the fucking planet. Okay? In terms of investment. And he's not giving back results. It's like, to use a job analogy, it's like investing all of your times mentoring a new intern. And they shit the bed. It's like mentoring an intern. Giving all your time and devotion to your fucking newest hire. And they don't know, they still don't know how to work Excel after like a year on the job. Granted, I haven't touched my own Excel spreadsheet at work in a job scenario in like a decade. Probably longer, to be honest. I saw your comment, Manchi. Coach your Dorzine. However, it's hopeless. I don't want to coach your Dorzine, dude. I know it's going to be a struggle. I know it's going to be a struggle. Everyone here knows it's going to be a struggle, dude. Do you have him plus 12? Fully invested? It's going to be a struggle. You might want to kill yourself in the middle of the run. You might. I don't know. Don't think dots can... Who do I invest in next? I'll invest in Gaseous. Yeah, I'm now leveling Pikmin to get the HP value low enough so my Dorothy can start doing work easier. Oh, show you the calf run? Sure. It was a struggle. It's on stream too. That took me like an hour and a half on the boss. On stream. That boss is super difficult with calf. I do not recommend running calf into G Murphy at all. It's one of the worst mashups for her. It's one of the worst mashups for G Murphy. Yeah. No point in watching replay. Yeah. It involved me Doctor Stranging the scenario. I was Doctor Strange. I was like, there are 10 trillion paths. Only one of them guarantees my victory. There are like 10,000 paths. There's only one of them that guarantees my victory. I do recommend getting plus 12 Arita wheel, but get Arita first. Get Arita, get Aijis up first. Get them up first, and then you can talk about. Yeah. See how little damage he does without the boss HP? See how little damage Dorothy does? We have 1,300 strength, by the way. Calf would have killed the boss 10 years ago with this much strength. Like, look. Holy shit. 178,000 strength? Look, that is so fucking bad, dude. Because my calf is at the same level of investment as my Dorothy. My calf is at the same level as investment as my Dorothy. Exact same level. Let me do this. With no strength, by the way. She also has the strength scaling mechanic, just like Dorsey. So slow. Turn 1, she already did more than Dorsey. With no strength. I need to rouse both. I need to rouse fucking Riker for his dice upgrade for the weakness. Easy weakness. This is always the same. Congrats. As long as you don't use any ECOG, you're better than some players. Only one? That's better than some players. Some players use 2 and 7 thing, and they make guides. You're already better. Congrats! You can make your own guide now, Bill. Yeah, this is how you should build Calf. Alpha wheel. All the extra things to make her strike and defense harder. Now look. See how much... This is with no strength, by the way. If Calf had as much strength as Dorothy does, imagine how much damage she would do. If Calf had all that strength that Dorothy had in his run. But she does not. I tell you for a fact, Dorothy cannot do this boss probably. I don't know. I can't even begin to think about how you would put Dorothy up against this boss. Alert 5. I have no idea how you can achieve that. Because all the extra strike and defenses makes bouncing around the Fiamma pretty smooth. Like, you can bounce around the Fiamma pretty smooth on Calf if you have all these things. Yeah, people can be wrong. Like, look. This is for Dtide. This is content that actually matters. So, Hyper Flare. No crit, 100,000. It's just like, that was destruction. I remember, I complained, because no crit right there. But it's fine. Just killing it slowly. Not even remotely close to the same ballpark. And she generates a lot of shields. So I do this so I can generate some calf cards to move the Fiamma stacks. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to fake Hyper Flare. I'm going to move the Fiamma stacks around. That's the point of using G-Ramon there. Dice. I mean, I showed why Pollux is bad. Does not do anything for your account. If you care about the end game at all, he does not do anything for that scenario. It's a win more champion, just like Dorsey, except for he does not help you make another team at all. Yeah, I think I saw it. People could be wrong. I mean, when you're taking your opinion from people who do not do endgame content, that's the reaction you'll typically get. They do not do the endgame content. Very few people engage with the actual endgame in the community. Yeah, I saw. I think I saw that. Yeah, they don't engage in the endgame content, so I don't like. I wouldn't even bother. Like, tell them, why don't you engage pushing Dtide? Why? Why don't you push high scores in Dtide? Why don't you do that? They can't. Because in the high score pushing, he's used in teams that would have already cleared Alert 5. Without him. He's used every scenario you would see him in. He's either stealing a support someone else could have used for more effective, for easier time clearing Dtide, or alternatively, stealing a support, or he is in a scenario where he is not needed. So he's either stealing a support from someone else, or in a team where he's not needed at all as a unit. So why would you pull on him? Why would you recommend a new player to pull for him if they care about endgame? Sure, if you like his gameplay, you can put him on whatever team. So, yeah, it is fucking travesty. Yeah. The Ice does not have 4+ million HP. So that was calf, basically. That took a while, though. Yeah, this is this is a team building game. He demands you want to build a good team around him. Yeah, every unit wants a good team built around them. Every unit wants a good team around them. Some of them contribute more to the team than others, which makes your account count stronger, which means that you can build more teams for Dtide. Like, yeah, for raid, he's great. The boss has low HP, he can one-shot. It is ridiculous. Like, where does Pox go here? Like, look. In every scenario here. Look. Where is it? When all these whales. Does this guy use Pollux? No, this guy's not use Pollux. Yeah, this guy doesn't even use Pollux. Here we go. Here we go. There are Pollux. You would want Hamel somewhere else. You would want Hamel somewhere else. Winkle can go somewhere else. Limited. Plus 12. Why? Why would you want that? Like, in most of these scenarios is not needed. Look, plus 12 caster. Why would you need Pollux here? It's a waste of pulls. This is a limited unit, by the way. Limited unit. Why would you need him when caster at plus 12 can already clear alert 5 using shit units? Why would you want that when caster can already clear? Caster can already clear alert 5, by the way. He can already do everything you want. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. Why you would ever tell a new player to pull for him when it's detrimental to their account? It is detrimental to their account to pull on Pollux if they care at all about the end game. If they care at all about the end game, then yeah, they should not pull for him. He does not contribute to the end game. I was able to get 420. No well banner. The only NA person right now, and Monchi, what else? Monchi's good too. Not needed. Pollux is not needed in any team you can possibly want. Look at all these people. It's not needed. Pools aren't free. Pools cost money. People have resources to spend on. Like, come on. This is fucking ridiculous. You want more teams for more alert 5s. Like, it is such a bad faith argument right there, dude. Like, sure, if you're a whale, you can pull whatever unit you want. You can pull for Pollux. If you're a whale, sure. Fine. If you like him, fine. But don't go telling people he's a good pull for a new player. Like a gellet without thighs comp. Yeah, that is cancer. Yeah, and where are those Pollux enjoyers on the leaderboards? Where are they? All I have are the whale Chinese content creators right now, and they whale. That's good for them. If they want to spend money, they can spend money. Where are they here? They're not here. Because they know for a fact that it sabotages their account. It's a waste of fucking pulls. It's a waste of fucking pulls. And before you go, there's no reward for doing 425. Yeah, I'm going in for 425 because otherwise I'm gonna be a shitter and sit at 400 like the rest of them. My account can do that. That's the enjoyment. This is the end game. Love it or not, this is the only end game right now. Okay? Dtide. Making as many teams as possible for Dtide. See how far you can push. Using that argument, why do it all? Why even play the game? Why do story mode? Some of us play for the gameplay. I'm gameplay focused content creator here. Gameplay first. This is what I care about. Whether it's a good value investment for the end game. For the end game, E is one of the worst investments besides Doricine you can possibly put. Doricine is also a pretty bad investment. But I'm in too deep. I'm in too deep. Yeah. And any Pollux pullers can say that when I coached them, we do not need the Pollux. I was able to clear alert 5 on their comps without Pollux. And at the end, we have no team left to put Pollux in that can clear alert 5. You know why? Because we ran out of every fucking support that's already used in other teams. That's already used in other teams. I went over it earlier in the video. I don't want to repeat the same rant over and over again, but I did upload the video. So I'm uploading the Dtide content right now, and you can watch it over again. Lots of issues with him. I had to invest so much in him, I can no longer pull out. Okay? Can no longer pull out. I'm saving my pools for another good unit that can help me hit 425. So I have 350 pools. The next good DPS unit, I'm going to pull for them. I want a Chaos or Carol DPS unit, because I'm out of units for Dtide here. Because I'm out of fucking units for Dtide. Go here. Like, these are all I have left. Let me show you. These are the only units I have left. Where would Pox go? Tell me. This is an endgame. Where would Pox go with my remaining units? That's right. Nowhere. Because he demands stuff that I cannot provide. Yeah. Where would Pox go here? So, I could build up Daff. Daffodil is better than Pox. I can build up him. This Daffodil is a better investment. Because, you know why? She gives Vuln. She does poison, does counter. She does a lot of utility. Okay? Lots of utility. However, she's an Old Arc 1 unit. So I kind of want a new, fresh unit. Okay? So I'm going to wait for a new, fresh unit. If I care about Dtide now, I'll pull for more Daff. Because Daffodil is the only one I can see out of these units that'll help me clear another A5. Daffodil is the only one out of all these units that can help me clear another A5. Because Uvosh doesn't have his supports. Sorrel needs more supports. I have no real baby generators left for a Sorrel to work. Because I'm out of all the baby makers. The only baby maker is Lei. If I have more baby makers, I will pull for Sorrel. Because Sorrel is good if wailed out now. But I'm out of baby makers. I'm out of baby makers, so it's kind of a sad state of affairs there. Yeah, I don't know. So hopefully I have a fucking a good DPS unit that can support his own. Because I need a DPS with Bone. That's what I really need. Because I'm out of Bone, good, easy Bone sources. I either need a DPS with Bone to come out, because I have enough weakness sources left. I just need another Bone DPS. If I get another Bone DPS, I can push for 425. Other than that, I cannot push any higher without a Bone DPS here. Without Bone DPS, I'm kind of stuck at 420. 415, 420 range, depending on the Dtide ride. Daffodil is one of the strongest units in Dtide. I just don't have her because I didn't pull for her. Her banner is so rare, and it's already too late. I kind of want the newer units. She's an older unit that is very strong and very flexible. Yeah, I don't know where else would I put. Daffodil is very strong, but I'm out of good units to pair her with. Daffodil is very strong, but she's an older unit. If she was new, I would pull for her, but I'd rather spend my pull on something shiny and shiny right now. Yeah, Calf is very flexible. Pollux, not so flexible. I didn't even rate him F tier. I rate him C tier, which is for average. Can anyone really argue where I place him on my fucking tier list? Is he better than Calf? Is he better than Tawil? Is he better than Jellet? Murphy? Hell no. Like, do people not understand C is for average? I didn't even shit on him that hard. I was like, he's average. He's average. Is that controversial? Why I'm saying a unit is average? But raid reset. I'm gonna auto it and do some CZN shit. Yeah, those nukes are only possible in Arc 1. So I don't really do dive anymore because it's a pain. But it's basically the one-shot dive. What's it right now? It's this. Oh yeah, they changed the dive rules. So is this. Maybe I do this later. I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Yeah, I move units down. I recently moved Horla down from S tier to A tier. Why did I move Horla down from S tier to A tier? Horla is still super good. G Murphy came out. I'm sorry, G Murphy came out. It's not that is too many units in S tier for me. I had to decide who to move down. Horla is still good. I had to move her down. I'm not gonna keep units in S tier forever if there are better units that come out in S tier. G Murphy came out. Would you say that G Murphy is on the same tier as Horla? Anyone who says G Murphy is on the same tier as Horla is lying through their teeth. That's why I had to move Horla down, because G Murphy came out and power creeped everyone. Now, if another strong support comes out, Hamlin is the next to go. Hamlin is the next on the chopping block. If another support comes out that is S tier better than Hamlin. That's how my tier list works. Okay? It's based on other units. Average is the baseline. Do people not know what average means? I'll do this and I'll record the thing. But I think I've done my CZN dailies. I'm doing my CZN weeklies too. I don't know how the other content creators are able to play ZCN so much. Farming save data is cancer. Restart over and over again. It's not fun. It's not fun to me. I don't know how the other content creators do it. They're currently not paying me enough to farm as much as some of the other content creators. But props for them. Yeah, you see some other tier lists among the Morimens community that ends in B tier. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why does your tier list end in B tier? Do you not know how tier list works? How the grading system works? It's compared to other units. If everyone is S tier, no one is S tier. If everyone is S tier, no one is S tier. It's based off other units that's already been released in the game. I move units up and down, not because they get nerfed. I never move a unit down because they get nerfed. Units don't get nerfed. I move them down because someone better came out. Because someone better came out. That's scenario where I move a unit down. When something better in the same row or niche comes out and the tier gets overcrowded. Then I reevaluate, then I move them. Like everyone should do. You do not leave a unit in the same tier forever, even if they've never been buffed, never been nerfed. It's relative to what else you can pull in the game. But let me open up my Excel raid document here. And let me go for all my teams and just auto this shit. So, boom, boom, boom. Oh, this is the corporal boss. I believe in you, Otto. I believe in the Otto in this game. Okay. What do you guys want me to do, help, or talk about while the auto is working? I'm free for any questions, maybe light caution at all. So, any questions or whatever is fine. I'm eating, enjoying myself, autoing the raid. I'll manual play later when I'm done eating. Stats to get for a feast calf set on calf. I don't recommend a feast set. Feast set is very good, but if you're gonna go with crit rate, number 1, key flare, crit damage. But crit rate is the most important stat. Crit rate. Is crit rate number 1, and crit damage and key flare are tied for number 2. Because Doricine deals scales based off percent HP the boss is missing. I went over it earlier in the stream and on several videos. And on the tier list video. But basically, early game, Doricine is very strong. Mid game, he is super strong. And early late game, super strong. Late game, and on a hard difficult stages, the boss has millions of HP. Now, how one of Doricine's scaling vectors is based on how much percent HP the boss is missing. If the boss has 100,000 HP, you do 10,000 damage. That's 10% damage on the boss, so Doricine gets a 30% final damage bonus on his exalt. If the boss has 1 million HP, you do 10,000 damage on the boss is missing 1% HP. Doricine now only gets a 3% damage bonus. That is why I rate him lower. Because late game where the boss has millions and millions of HP, in order for Doricine to start doing damage, the boss needs to be at low health already. And that goes against his whole thing. Because if he cannot do the damage to get them to a low HP percentile, he will not start doing damage. Now, if the boss is very low HP, he's one of the strongest units in the game. However, if you get the boss to that low HP, you probably would have killed it on any other carry. So yeah, that's basically it. It's nothing, esoteric really. It's nothing, it's nothing complicated on why he's weak. It's just how he was designed. And with how scaling works in the end game. In the end game, bosses have like millions of HP, and that's where Doricine really falls flat. In the extreme endgames. In the extreme endgame, when bosses have like millions and millions and millions of HP, yeah. If they give him fixed damage, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. His strength gain is very good. However, most of his scaling vector is his strength and his final damage buff. His final damage buff is the real cherry on top. Yeah, his strength gain is very good. But what he does with that much strength is not much. He generates a lot of strength, and he scales well off strength. But compared to, let's say, Calf, let's say Jellet, they can take advantage of that strength more than Dorsey can. Depends on how fast people burn out. Again, it's based on you guys. Do you guys feel burnt out yet? Then the rate is out. Ask yourself, are you burnt out? And think about the other players. You can use them as a strength gain support. No, people burn out with auto as well. People are burning out. You don't understand. People get burnt out easily. If there was no auto, I would still be doing this. Good job, auto. I do not have any concerns about adding people. I always borrow the worst G Murphy to auto this shit. Okay. Do. Yeah, I win no matter what here, so not too concerned about that. Yeah, I'm just answering questions. Anyone that's tuning on the stream, I'm answering questions while I watch auto and I'm eating and I'm enjoying myself, taking a break. Alright, because I just finished a video. A lot of videos uploading. Oh, the video is done uploading. Here we go. Here's the Dtide guide and why Pollux is bad video. I just edited it in like 5 seconds. It's like minimal editing. It's not one of those fancy edited videos like the Awaker reviews, but it's good enough. You can post it on Reddit for anyone who's having trouble on this current Dtide. I think this Dtide is like one of the easier Dtides in my opinion. Like one of the easier Dtides we had in some time. Because doll is pretty easy. My day was fine. Ink Calc is the most important thing. It is possible without Ink Calc. Very possible. You just want Dreams. In that case, you want Dreams on her if you're putting her against wave 3. And you put in another Alien Mist wheel. But in calc is pretty good. I love eating fresh bean sprouts. I know they don't have that much flavor. It's hard to describe. I love eating bean sprouts when they're fresh. Like they're still hard and crunchy a little bit. Not when they're soft. Like the store-bought bean sprouts are always bad because they're kind of soft and soggy. Mocha, if you're watching, you know what I'm talking about. Like bean sprouts, it's great. They don't have like that much flavor, but I don't know. It's just a joy. Maybe it's the Vietnamese in me. I am that type. But I don't put a lot of it in pho. What I actually like to do is I get the bowl of bean sprouts. I put a little bit in pho, but like maybe like 20 strands, and then I eat pho, and then I have bean sprout in a separate dish. I just plop it in my mouth like a French fries. I eat bean sprouts like I eat French fries. That's how I eat bean sprouts. I treat it like a French fry. Like after a few bites, if I feel like my palate is not good enough, I pop in a bean sprout. It's relaxing. You can have the honorary Asian card, Ivan. Which team do you like playing more, the CAF team or the G Murphy team? The answer is both, but which one do you like more for now? If you're placing them on the same team, then CAF. If they're on different team, then whoever you want. I don't know what autos do right now. Do. Don't put bean sprouts in pho. I don't put it together in pho. You don't want it in pho for that long because it gets soggy. When they're soggy, they're not good. I like eating them, when they're hard. Do. Oh, that's nice to know. Uh-huh. Okay. So slow. I did this without auto the last two Annies. It was fine. There are people who do this like 60 plus times a day without auto. That was me for Annie. Murphy. I don't sleep 40 minutes a day. Sometimes I sleep more. Yeah, my bottle was used a little bit. I don't change my bottle because I have enough resources. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna take this up to the kitchen. Okay. Okay, let me clean up. Is auto done yet? Nope. Oh, auto's done. Okay, next team. Next team. Yeah, I got some chocolate. Any tip to be better? Just follow my guides. Are you using pre-codes? Yeah. I made codes for pre-ready team comps that I made. It's on the spreadsheet. So I can just quickly slot in whale supports with them. I use codes because I don't have that many team slots. It's on the link on that description as well. I can't imagine doing this without the code. It makes team building pretty simple. Speeds it up by a lot. Sup, YT. Is it Whitey? Creative. Yeah, you just copy and paste the code and do it. You know, all the other content creators don't do this shit to help people. Cause they're fucking selfish pieces of shit telling people to pull on fucking characters to brick their fucking accounts. I've done more for the community than all the fucking Pollux lovers there. So, let's see here. Hate the mindset she's never would DPS. I mean, that's an opinion people can have. I'm not too worked up about it. Okay, eat this banana. Bananas sucked recently. Come on, Otto, you can do it. Gotta do the better. Yeah, a good Rin, say that. I don't want to build a meta. The entire meta for this is just Tresha and Maylin. I want the meta to be shaken up in fucking ZZN. But it's unlikely for them to change it. I don't know how the other ZZN content creators that are sponsored do it. Because I get burnt out trying to farm the save data. Like, farming the save data is not a fun process, the whole restarting. If you go for the entire run, but the optimal way to save data, you get nothing to show for it. You know? The optimal way to farm save data is just like, enter, go to the first boss, exit, enter, go to the first boss, exit. It is so boring playing that way, but it's the most optimal way. I don't like it. Because I know it's easy, quote unquote, but it feels like a waste of my time. I want to progress. Like, I want to get the resources. Yeah, there's too many purple units for some reason. There's too many purple DPS. I mean, I still play it. No, if farming save data involves running the entire run over and over and over again, I'll be fine with it. But the optimal way to farm save data, Manchi, is to enter a run, go for a few things, you'll get what you want, you exit. You don't even complete the run. You don't get the resources from completing the run at all. All you do is enter, you go through it, see what you get on the very first few fights, and then exit. That is not what I want to do. If the save data was, you know, you have to go for the entire run, it's super cancer. But now, it's like a moderate amount of cancer that is benign enough that you can ignore, but it's still annoying. You get nothing from farming save data. Yeah, you get nothing. It destroys the sense of progression. Farming save data. Because when you don't get what you want, you feel like you just wasted your day. You feel like all the time you put in is wasted. I know it's a weird thing to say and complain about, but that's how I feel. I feel like all the time I spent, if I don't get a good save data, it's wasted because they have nothing to show for it. Yeah, some characters feel horrible playing Chaos. I just like the Chaos mode. Just like the Chaos mode. Give me reasons to play that more. But I'm done eating. Let me get this. I'll answer questions. Let me do some ZZN. Fun weeklies. Not save data. Boom. Yeah. Chaos should be its own system. Right now, I'm not enjoying myself. Yep, it should be the end game period. I agree. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I just want to run the other mode. The event mode. Yeah, Chaos should be the end game mode, period. Not all this fucking leaderboard nonsense. But let's do this. Because I don't even want to run Veronica on most of my teams. But I have to, because of save data. Even how you delete cards get save data is not good. You don't want to delete the basic cards. You want to delete the unique cards of the units you're not farming save data for. And it's not fun to me. Unfortunate. So oh, auto's almost done. Need to go down, nowhere option. Since the end game is all about save data, I normally would say Calliope. The end game is all about save data, and Veronica is better for save data farming because of all her unique cards. It incentivizes. Clearly, it's Veronica, just for the save data. Like, you don't even use Veronica because she's, you know, OP. Use her because for save data purposes. Maybe they can release a unit with all unique cards that can't be duped to farm save data. Maybe that's how we're gonna make money. They're gonna make useless units that are useless on purpose, so you can farm save data easier. That's probably what they're gonna do. Make more unique card units, so you don't have to interact with the game. Let's speed up. Okay. Yeah. Every unit they release is not worth pulling because they have S tier units already. There are the units that are leaps and bounds above everyone else. Even the content creators are getting sick of it. Like, you see all of the teams on the leaderboard. It's the same team over and over. There's no build diversity. There's no build diversity, no anything for the endgame content. Every unit has a best build and everything is trolling. Except for Chizaru. Chizaru's a step away from that. I want more units like Chizaru. Except for Chizaru, in most cases, everyone has a best build and you are trolling yourself if you're not using it. Let's get the retain. This is not a farming save. This is for the weekly. If we get good save data, this is how I want to farm save data. Going for the entire thing, and if it's good, we keep. This is how I want to farm save data. Veronica is helping. Veronica helps. Veronica helps with save data a lot. Because of all her unique cards. Her gun damage helps the lower performing DPS too. If you have a build. Is it worth it? I'll just do this. Yep, decks are rigged. There's a best option always. And I don't like that. There's no real diversity. Like, the one option's leaps and bounds better than everything else. There's always a right option. Isn't the next unit yellow? I'm waiting for Euphina, really. This is very good. So I'm putting on one of these. I don't know if it's got... Thing is, this is too early, because this is one of the best relics. It's too early to tell whether I want it on Veronica or Rin. I don't know what their decks are going to be like. I have no idea what their decks are going to end up like. Okay, maybe Rin. Maybe I try to go for a Rin, because that is a very good item if you're going for lead. Normally I would grab this as much as I can, but let's do it. Like, the optimal thing to do is delete this. Instead of these basic cards, the optimal thing to do is delete this to reduce the chance of it epiphanying. Like, I don't want to play like this, but that's the optimal thing to do if you care about save data. If you want to play optimally, you have to play the game wrong in chaos mode. And I'm not for that. You have to play the game wrong to farm save data. Let's go next team. Also weak G Murphy. There we go. Okay. There's no point of making tier lists for the game either way. There's no point in ZZN for tier lists. Because it's basically Tresha, Maylin, and everyone else. I have a... Maybe I make a Judas one. Okay, if things go bad, I'll make a Judas... I'll make a Judas Veronica. Unfortunate. This should be enough. This is tiring. Oh, auto's almost done. Activate Epiphany. Want to activate Epiphany for... The lead is too good. I'll do on her. Veronica or Rin? Who saved that I'm going for? Or neither. I'm going to finish the run for the weekly. Yep. It's a bad detrimental for a game. If they want to keep them that strong, they should not focus on they should not focus on save data anymore if they want to keep them that strong, and just focus on this latest buyer mode. The reason most players should pick up CCN for the good mode, this latest buyer mode, they just focus more on that gameplay loop. Because what's the point of farming save data on any other unit? What is the point? Every season, when a new season comes out, you're going to farm save data on Tresha, you're going to farm save data on Mei Lin, and you are done. And guess cat. Oh, I got a dot left. Good. This is good. This is good. Wait. Oh, it's a Veronica save that. Okay, that's good. That's a draw 3. There's a Veronica save that. Maybe. Depends on how Rin epiphanies. Depends on how Rin epiphanies. This might be a Veronica save data. Didn't get stance. Oh. I like Rin a lot. Like, all these monster cards are just big baits. They need to make monster cards cheaper. Maybe that's how you balance fucking Meilin and Tresha. You make monster cards cheaper so other units can use them. And maybe someone else finds like a giga broken combo. Maybe that's how they should go around balancing. But that would make too much sense, I think. Bye-bye. Should delete snack time. Okay. Awful. Bleeding snack time. Like, I do not enjoy having to play like this. But it's a real run and save data. Doesn't matter. Let's do this. The night card that gives you 1 morale every turn is pretty crazy too. Okay, next auto team, team 12. It's not this dupe, unfortunately. I'm torn. Because we haven't got the good epiphanies here yet, so I don't know. I am torn on whose save data this is gonna be focused on. Very torn here. It could go either or. Because none of these cards are evolved. It's one ballistic card in hand. Very torn. Ah, brain. This. Rin has the lead. Do-do.
切り倒します。立ち上がる霧。命令を好みを刀にして切り倒します。気を集めます。撃ちましょうか。撃ちます。試練のうちにも入らないわ。せーの、準備完了。命令を。はーい、流れを感じます。一等斬首。コアルスキー卿、これでいいですよね。撃ちます。
that did a lot, did less damage than that.
切り倒します。呼びましたか？好みを刀にして。
Ooh. Fuck, all these are fucking garbage. Fine, I have enough save data room. Wow. This is a unfortunate. Well, this is not a save data run. Just a weekly run. Four agony to target when Tresha does like 10 trillion agonies to target. That's a shadow dagger, dude.
心を鎮めましょう。命令を切り倒します。この身を刀
Gonna kill him with that. I didn't want to play the other card because the animation was too long. This is a bad evolution card. This was the best one. All these divine epiphanies. I'm getting trolled by all these divine epiphanies.
落ち着いてせーの準備完成撃ちましょうか命令を防げとこの身を刀にして撃ちます撃ちます素早く一等さはーいはっ落ち着いていきましょうダメないでよね切り通しますこの身を刀にして
Gotta do the realm overview video. Oh, auto's off. Gotta do my auto running. There game. Sure, my thing is full anyway. Unfortunate. Ray is so good. Okay, all these are unfortunate. These epiphanies are not going my way. I mean, all of them are pretty bad so far. I guess you can argue that hers the best, but okay, this is decent. But I don't have any good evolution cards on Rin. Let's see here. I'll just hit the down route. I want to play that, but this gets me to kill. Okay, this one's at higher health. Maybe I fight this. I have enough things. I'll try to fight it.
打ちましょうか。落ち着いて。コアルスピーカー、これでいいですよね。呼びましたか。はっ、せーの、準備完了。私やってみます。打ちます、打ちます、打ちます。素早く。命令を気を集めます。
Finally.
呼びましたか。流れを感じ。
Back and forth.
打ちましょうか。切り倒します。落ち着いて。やー、はーい、打ちましょうか。痛いのは嫌です。打ちます、打ちます。
Problem with this boss is all the mind break. He gives a lot of stress to your team.
命令を切り倒します。落ち着いて。命令を切り倒します。命令を切り倒します。
Oh boy, the 4 agony.
命令をこの身を刀にして。
What's this? Oh, this is a useless relic. I forgot. It's one of the useless fucking purple relics in not the fucking basin. It's good for this, but it's pretty useless. Especially this late into the run. Especially this late in the run. Like, come on. Let me spreadsheet another comp. Everything's already over. Wow, that's a lot of ambush.
打ちせーの、準備完了。落ち着いて。集中、集中。呼びましたか。はっ。打ちます。素早く。切り倒します。そんな攻撃当たってやるわけないじゃん。打ちましょうか。はい。呼びましたか。せ一等残射。はーい。はっ。落ち着いて。素早く一等残。コアルスピーカー、これでいいですよね。命令を立ち上がる。切り倒します。立ち上がる。打ちましょう。あれ、防げと。落ち着い。このベロニカには夢があるんです。打ちましょう。このベロニカには夢がある。打ちます、打ちます、打ちます。
Okay. Want the morale more. Mutant Predator Spike. Already this deep in. Do.
ち上がる霧すべてのスタートは霧の時間です
Lawrence is not Satan.
切り倒します素早く命令を一等斬隙なし
Does this pierce through the barrier thing? Nope. That's just reduced damage taken to 1. I was curious.
この身を刀にして撃ちましょう頭上に注意してください命令を心を鎮めましょう切り倒します気を集めます命令を立ち上がる霧切り倒しますいらっしゃい所持クレジットは
Okay.
きれいに消しましたよじゃじゃーんお待ちどうさま新着です今日のベストチョイスですね絶対公開じゃじゃーん新しい品ですか
Any good armor?
じゃじゃーんぜひぜひ
Nope.
生きてたらまた会いましょうね
Reduce distress. Source of water. Delete another card. What's everyone save that at? Oh, cannot delete another written card. Delete this.
きれいに消しましたよーっと新しい品ですかもちろんお見せしますと新しい品ですかじゃじゃーん
Anything good. This is good. That's probably my favorite blue item.
お待ちどうさま新着で新しい品ですかぜひぜひ生きてたらまた会いましょう
Training, neutral cards. All these paper.
この程度試練のうちにも入らないの行きましょうやあ撃ちましょうかせーの準備落ち着いて痛いのは嫌です目立ち上がる気心見る恋の敵からの強力な気配を感じこの身を刀にして立ち上がる霧命令を
What does this evolve into?
防いでみせます素早い一等斬首撃ちましょうか切り倒します命令を素早く切り倒します心を鎮めましょう命令を一等斬首落ち着いて
I'm gonna get hit either way, so
切り倒します命令を撃ちましょうかはっ行きましょう切り倒します落ち着いて撃ちましょうかやあ頭上に注意してください撃ちましょうかはっ命令この身を刀にして撃ちます
unfortunate.
このままじゃ危ないよ落ち着いて集中切り倒します気を集めます命令を素
I really want to play the Cursed card, but I don't really want to take that many damage. I'll just unbreak her in the actual boss fight. Is that another monster card? I got 3 monster cards this run. If, you know, monster cards are cheaper, that would be a pretty good save data run, you know? But monster cards are worthless. Let's remove this card. Any more paper? We're good. I don't know if I'm gonna beat this boss with this much HP. I may switch to Morimens and do the next raid boss. One morale. Sure. This Rin deck's not that bad, but I need one more Epiphany that I'm not gonna get. To make it truly good, I need to evolve the last card. I didn't evolve it the entire time. So unfortunately, this is a brick save data. Draw. Fine, I'll put it down here. Veronica seems to be... I should have focused more on Veronica this run. It would have been fine if I put it all on Veronica. It is quite unfortunate. Put it all on Veronica, that would have been decent. It's not the best. I wanted an evolution on this card. I want this option. This option is the best option. It's unfortunate. Exciting. Another failed save that run. Really unfortunate. Lucky's actual.
すべての案件を確認しました。館長、承認を待っている政策があります。ご検討お願いします。すべての案件を
Do I have anything to pull? Not really. How's my Morimens doing? Fine. Auto takes so long because I gotta work on the updated Rome guide, or at least the audio, to send to my editor, and he or she's gonna edit together all the shit. So, love up Cassius. Some of these save that as these guys have are insane. I wish I have some of these time to farm these save that. I do have the time, but I don't have the willpower to farm these save datas. I don't have the willpower to farm the save datas that these guys have. Like this Cassius. It's pretty insane. This Cassius this guy has is pretty insane. It's triple dice trick with the good divine epiphany. And a compensation. This is insane. Triple dice trick, dude. This save data is insane. Monthly subscriptions worth more in pulls. But the other thing is also okay, but it's all not that insane. It's respectable, to be honest. AoE. Oh. This is hilarious. This save data is hilarious. This is peak save data for this girl. Nothing. This save data is great. How long did it take him to do that? 170. Need to be 14. I need to be 14 or 15. Yeah, let's look at all these save data while auto is happening. Oh, next auto. That save data is great. Obviously, this is the Malin save data. Interesting. Good. I bet he wanted to delete this, but he can't. Doesn't have the save data storage. This is what I had, but I didn't get the dupe on it. I didn't get the dupe on it. It's pretty good. Got the crit damage. Can't compete, dude. These save data is too good for me to compete. %8 ally attack, technical chaos. This is hours and hours and hours of save data farming. It's not fun. So props to them for getting it. I do not have the mental willpower to do the save data farming. I need the memory fragment farming stuff, but save data farming is so long for what I get. If they don't fix the enjoyment of the game, I think the game is going to die off. I think CZN's gonna die off unless they fix the balance issues. At least make it harder to get the god tier save data. What about Chains of Accession? Oh, for Morimens, right? I think Chains of Accession is Morimens. I'm autoing that game right now for the raid. So I will answer Morimens' question and record more Morimens stuff when the raid autos are done. Auto's so bad. When the raid auto is done. When the raid battle autos are done, I'll go over the realm overview. How's the raid right now? Oh, boss almost dead. Garbage. So much work. Like, the end game is pretty bare bones in CZN. This should be the end game. This should be the only end game that matters. But it's not. It's just they relegate it to a boring side chore, forcing you to farm save data to do this and do basin. They should refocus the end game to the Slay the Spire mode, which is the more fun mode. They're making the most fun mode of ZCN worse by making it a step to do the less fun content. In my opinion, less fun to me. Maybe there's someone in chat right now who enjoys only the basin and hate the Slay the Spire mode. And if you are one of them, then good for you. This game is for you. It's not for me though. This game is for you if you enjoy the hyperspace basin and not the chaos mode. But for me, I like the chaos mode. I don't know what they were thinking, to be honest. But let's see the dupe levels of my units. Oh yeah, I got the free dupe. But nothing I would particularly want right now. It's in Dark Mist Dance getting morale. It's fine. I'll just wait until a really good unit comes out before I decide what to use them on. So right now, it's not much to do in the game. And the stuff to do is monotonous. Very monotonous. Oh, I gotta do all the stupid, boring missions here. They gotta revamp the game somehow. Make a real endgame mode. That's what's good about Morimens and Dtide. That is a real mode. Like all this filler to get to the fun part of the game. which is trying out new teams, building more units, experimenting, etc. Doesn't matter what mode they make for Hyperspace Basin, if Tresha and Malin are going to be that strong. Doesn't matter what they do unless they nerf or focus on this latest buyer mode. Ending with save data is dead in the water as long as people like Tresha exists. As long as that comp exists, it's going to be a stale, boring end game. Because the best option is Leagues better than the second best option. Leagues are better. The best option is Leagues better than the second best option. I may basically kill if I just double this. Oh, there we go. Okay, one more team in Morimens, and finally I can start on the realm overview text. Okay. Yeah, they're shooting themselves in the foot. I agree. Because if they're not nerfing, everyone knows what to build for, what to run for. There's no point in pulling for more units. There's no point in doing anything, really. You just farm the save data on the two good teams, and that's it. Nice. And this warning is annoying as fuck. I don't know about you guys. It's also another negative to the game. That fucking warning. It annoys the hell out of me. I know it's a small issue, but it just does. You've been playing for 1 hour. Please take a break. You've been playing for 1 hour. Please take a break. Did you know you've been playing for 2 hours? Can you please take a break? Here I am to remind you again. You've been playing for 2 hours. Please take a break. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Stop doing that. Give me an option to turn it off. Give me a fucking option. Turn it off, please.
します。悪を殲滅します。
Start doing multiple health bars. True. True, but have you considered that it's been X hours and you should take a break? I had no idea the boss did this, to be honest. I had no idea that was a mechanic. The more you know. Haven't got the mist dance yet. Just add a sweep or something. I don't know what's so hard about it. Or make it so that you only have to do it once rather than 6 times a day. Once a day is fine. Okay, I'm done with my autos. Let me finish up this run. Get rid of this. Okay, that's enough CZN day. Let's swap back to Morimens. Okay, what's the thing? 153. Did my 153. How many people burnt out so far? Let's see. Oh. Now they can just be in the middle of runs. You guys are probably in the middle of their runs. Probably not burnt out yet. It was like 200 something that were doing it. Slowing down. Raid is slowing down. How many lives are left? This will last like probably 5 more days. How long do you guys think this will last? 4 or 5 more days? Probably more. Maybe it will last even a week or two. People are burnt out. Okay, what unit do I use that need more Soul Forge? Don't use Alva. Don't use... Maybe I'll use Lotan more one day. Oh. Okay, who else? Does Corporal have Soul Forge yet? 10. I'm going to save this Soul Forge for the next carry. I'm going to save all the gold Soul Forge because no one needs any more gold Soul Forge. Wanda, Horla. Horla doesn't have any. Don't. Daft can use some. I'm not gonna use Liz. 5/5. I'm not gonna build Hellet. Not gonna build him. Okay, everyone I'll possibly want to use is maxed out Soul Forge. Yeah, everyone I want to use is maxed out Soul Forge. Yes. How many more days is this event? A week. Wonder what event it's going to replace it. I'll just use my G Murphy comp here. Could be better, but I'll just use this. I feel like playing G Murphy. Blind idiot god. That's unfair. You can't call him blind idiot. Key flare. I like mouse more. I like mouse more when you have rewinding time. If you don't have rewinding time, then her posse. It all depends if you have rewinding time or not. Do you have rewinding time? If the answer is yes, use mouse. Temporary melt. Probably just use Tawal because of the barrier, but it's fine. like doing this. Let's rouse Miriam. Use it. Defense. Or red's dancing. Strike. Do this. Goliath strike is free. Melt this. This goes through barrier. He's on a barrier to tick. Another HP bar gone. All that reinforced doesn't matter. And it's easy content. No one should care. Do. Oh, I can just do 1 waltz, 2 waltz. Probably just play duel, but Murphy's fun to play. What's this boss? I just put Murphy in again. Oh, it's the lock box. Oh my gosh. We fought these bosses for a no game. It's a throwback. I understand. Finally. Browse. Her. Play. You're the sacrifice. Don't want to lock. Don't want to use the sacraments. Do want to do that. Next turn, I'll burst. Actually, no, because he gets a reinforce. I don't do enough damage to shoot for the reinforce. They should be fine, though. Here we go. This Exalt kills. Minimum state to play G Murphy. G Murphy can be played as a support E0 just fine. Play as a support E0. I'll read this later. Gotta record a video. I'll read this later. Yeah, Black Sun. These Annie events don't matter in terms of lore. Fuck. Don't matter in terms of lore at all. You basically ignore the events. Okay. Let me pull up the auto recording and start the audio for the thing I'm going to send to my editor. So we're going to go over every realm and the realm mechanics as well. So every realm has a different thing. So let's start off with Chaos and the backstory and whatnot. Let me get some water. Let me go there real quick so I can get the exact realm mastery. Here we go. Here, break free restrictions. 100% DR. Everyone knows that. Key flare twice. Yep. And realm mastery has a different effect depending on which. It's on the spreadsheet. Everything's on the fucking spreadsheet. I already went through this before. So, where is it? Here we go. In here. In here, here we go. In here, team info. Realm mastery. Big text that no one reads. Big text that no one reads. Skip. Okay. Discard selected. Let me record the audio. Okay, this is the updated 2025 year-end recap for every realm overview. Today we're going to go over Chaos. I'm recording this on stream, and my editor's going to edit together clips of me using Chaos units. So what is Chaos? Chaos, otherwise known as Yellow, is the original Mixer realm when the game first launched. That's why you see so many Chaos units compared to any other realm in the game, because it is the favored realm and it's the most versatile realm in the game because of how the game was originally designed. When the game was originally designed, you cannot mix blue with Ultrash. You cannot mix blue with Caro. You cannot mix Caro and Ultra. You can only mix Chaos and blue, Chaos and red, Chaos and Ultra. So for the first year of the game, Chaos units were preferred because they can go in every team. And that mindset and that design philosophy still goes to this day. Now there are realm bonuses. Chaos provides no negative realm bonuses when mixed with other realms. That is their main strength and their main benefit to this day in Arc 1 or Arc 2 rules. Now before I go in depth into Chaos, I need to explain for all the new players watching this, Arc 1 and Arc 2. Arc 1 rule set refers to chapters 1 through 9 of Arc 1 and none of the endgame materials besides P-Dive. Arc 2 refers to Arc 2 chapters 1 through 4 currently, the endgame Dtide, and most of the current endgame events under Arc 2 rules. Now, every realm receives a buff or a change depending on which arc or rule set you played them in. When Arc 3 comes out, there's probably going to be an Arc 3 reset, like an Arc 3 mechanic as well. And I'll cover that when that comes out a year after this video. So that's why realms are nerfed and played differently depending on which content you are playing them in. Chaos is always a good mixer. Now in Arc 1, their main benefit is when you put a Chaos unit on your team, you get plus 100% death resistance, which means a free DR or a death proc. You can die once without using an ECOG or anything, or a revive. Guaranteed. That's the main benefit besides not losing the realm bonuses. Now, what realm bonuses do you lose by mixing with other realms? I'm going to go over it briefly. You can go into my in-depth guides on my spreadsheet if you want the in-depth overview. So, if you mix blue with Ultra or Caro, you start with one less tentacle. And your tentacle stuff is less. That's the simplified way of explaining it. Okay? With Chaos, you don't lose the extra tentacle, and you get extra tentacle hits, depending on how many cards you play at the end of turn as well. And you're playing multi-hit units like to will. That is very good. Now, if you mix blue with not Chaos or not blue, you lose those bonuses. What about Caro? If you mix Caro with not Chaos in other realms like Ultra or Blue, you gain less Furnace and less Furnace related mechanics. This is just the basic thing. You get less of that realm. If you mix Ultra with not Chaos, like with Blue, like with Caro, in Ultra turn, the extra turn, you lose minus 25% damage during Ultra turn. You do 25% less damage in order to balance it. It used to be minus 50%. My last video, I said 50%. They buffed the Ultra realm combinations. Now, if you mix Caro with any of the realms, you do not lose their special realm bonuses. They're treated as if you have a full of that realm. And generally, most teams, you want to mix in Chaos units. That's the most popular realm for the reason, because it's a mixer. And outside of that, other realms have archetypes. Let's say Blue, let's say Caro, let's say Ultra. They have different archetypes they specialize in. Chaos, as the original mixer realm, has every archetype in the game. Poison, strength gain, bleed. They have every type of unit in the game, because it is the mixer realm. So it's a universal good realm. That is the whole of Chaos in general, if you're looking to see what units Chaos units are. Now, let's go even deeper into the Chaos mechanics. There's a thing known as Mono Chaos, or pure Chaos, referred to by community and referred by me. It's dubbed Mono Chaos because you only use Chaos units. If you only use Chaos units, you get a special bonus. So, before I deep into that, what's the Realm Mastery effect on Chaos? Realm Mastery is universally bad because it's a very niche stat until they buff it. They are reworking it, according to some people. They are reworking it sometime next year, but right now, Realm Mastery is bad. But what does Realm Mastery do in Chaos? Every 1 point of Realm Mastery, when you posse, all Awakeners gain ailments. X amount of ailments per Realm Mastery. It's irrelevant. You don't care about that. Besides that, if you use Mono Chaos in R2, you can double posse for the second posse. It only used to be a Chaos only mechanic, but they gave the double posse to everyone. So they buffed it. What is the new R2 bonus for Mono Chaos if you only use Chaos units? After your first posse each turn, your second posse, you can choose from a list of every posse you own No RNG involved. Other Realms, your second posse, is 3 random posses. In Mono Chaos, you pick from a list of every posse you own, and you double play that posse. Posse in these games are keeper abilities, are protagonist abilities, are proto abilities. You're playing ZCN. It's your main protagonist ability. You slot them in. So you can double cast anyone. No RNG for your second cast, and they get extra key flare regen. Most of their units have massive key flare regen, so you can posse more often. Now let's go over the units in Chaos briefly. I have a 6-hour tier list, whereas other people, I go in depth on everyone. What comps use them, why they're good, why they're bad, why I place them on tier list. Watch that for a real in-depth look on every unit. Right now, I'm just going over the basics. You have Tawil, one of the best units in the game that can't be power crept because of her kit. Limited unit. You have Cap, one of the strongest units in the game in terms of shielding, damage, and flexibility for your team. Those are limited units. Hamel, great limited unit. Cheetah, great limited unit. They have almost no misses. Every limited unit in Chaos is great. However, they have a lot of welfare units as well. If you're starting off as a new player, generally you want to dump Doll and Ogier and Lotan as fast as possible. That is not to say that Doll, Lotan, and Ogier does not see play in the end game. Why you dump them as fast as possible is because their dupes are time gated, as opposed to other units where you can pull. These are welfare units. You know welfare units in every gacha game. Unlike other gacha games, you can buy their dupes, 3 of their dupes, every month from the investigation store. This is a very dupe-heavy game. Ogier's power spike. He becomes very strong later on when you get a lot of dupes on him. You will not see the true strength of these welfare units until 2, maybe 4 months into playing the game. Then you get to use their true strength. When you're starting out, they're going to have basically no dupes and be practically unusable for most early team comps in terms of strength compared to the standard and limited awakers you're probably pulling for now. Now let's talk about the standard pool itself. Chaos has one of the worst standard pools in terms of just standard units, not former limited units. Their former limiteds are strong, but never try to aim for a former limited in that specific realm. Now, they have 5 standard units in Chaos. It's Nymph, it's Alva, it's Pandia, it's Karen, and finally, it's Nautilus. The issue with this, none of them are DPS carries early game. You have to rely on RNGing a former limited. Former limiteds, you have a 0.5% chance, if I remember correctly, that is shared among all of the former Arc 1 limiteds in Chaos of getting it every time you pull. A 0.5% chance that is shared. So with Tawil, with Hamel, with Lily, with 24, with Riker, you have a 0.1% chance of getting Tawil, of getting 24, which are the 2 great Chaos DPS. That's why I do not recommend pulling Chaos Standard. Unless you believe you can hit that 0.1% on Tawil or on 24, and you need their dupes to make it work. So you have to hit that 0.1% multiple times. Because guess what? Pandia, not that good. Really low on every tier list, even mine. Alva, not that good. Very low on every tier list. Nymph sees use in endgame with G-Daw. You will probably not be able to pull G-Daw, and it only works on bosses. Karen, very great, very good unit. Support unit, not a carry unit. She's a great support unit. Nautila, great unit, Great unit. Nala and Karen are the two best standards you can get from Chaos Standard Banner. However, neither of them are carry units. Both of them are supportive units. So, that summarizes Chaos for new players. It's a mixer realm. It's very good. The units are good. Again, in-depth view of the units. Go to my tier list video. Updated. Showing gameplay of every endgame team. I make a lot of content, unlike other people. I have a list. I have a holy spreadsheet linked in the descriptions below, where I go over and list the builds for every unit. Okay? And I update it semi-regularly. Whenever a new unit comes out, I update it on stream. I stream too. I do Morimens coaching. I have a link to my Discord and the fan Discord in the descriptions below as well. Welcome to the game. It's not a hard game to YouTube, but it's very easy to mess up when pulling. When pulling, I'm going to preface this in every realm video. You want to focus pull on blue. You want to focus pull on blue to go to wheel jail, as this is a dupe heavy game. I'm going to add this at the end of every video for any new player watching this. You want to go blue for tentacles. Hit the end game faster. That's the fastest way to hit end game. Because tentacle scaling lets you go alert 1, 2, 3 as fast as possible. Get the end game resources ASAP as a new player. I've coached enough players to know what I'm talking about. So that's why you pull blue. So you hit the end game fast and not miss out on those bi-weekly rewards. And then after you get started in the end game, you can then pull for whatever the fuck you want. Okay? But until you get started, you're missing out on a lot of important resources if you don't pull blue, because you're not going to be able to clear the end game that fast early on. I went over wheel jail on my new player guide and everything, so I'm not going to go over it in this video. Maybe I'll go over it in the blue realm video. I think that concludes this section. My editor is going to place together clips in between this audio file. So, thank you for watching. Okay. So, let's browse. Let's chaos audio. Okay, that's the first thing. There's a new thing. Where is... Oh. Let me upload it so my editor can have access to it. File upload. Okay, let's record the next realm. So, cut. Next realm, blue. So I need to go over tentacles and everything. Me go over tentacles and everything and roll mastery and all that bullshit. So, roll mastery is obviously shield and stuff and max HP. Okay. Yeah. Tentacles act differently depending on if you have G Mercury and stuff. Let me go over blue. This is the blue realm, otherwise known as Acor, otherwise known as Lemuria. It is the best realm for every new player to pull on, regardless. I will always say that if you're pulling on any other realm, you are inting your account as a new player. You are delaying your progression as a new player. you are getting less resources than a player than by pulling any other realm. Why? They have some of the best standards in the game that can carry you early game and carry you early game, end game. It's the fastest realm to hit end game and start doing alert 1 through 3 Dtide on. Because as a new player, you will not have the resources to level up units. You will not have the resources to tackle on even easy mode Dtide without mixing in some blue units. Why? Tentacles it's probably one of the best mechanics in the entire game due to how they scale, especially early game. Now, how blue works in Arc 1 and Arc 2, and whether you have G Murphy or not, or Murphy Faubourn, the current banner at the time of recording this video, is that it's different. So I'm going to go over everything about blue in this video. So what does Tentacles do? Tentacles have 3 stances. Blue, white, red. It's still, surging, and raging. Still is white, surging is blue, raging is red. Most people just refer to it as blue stance, white stance, red stance. The default stance is blue. At the start of battle, it's always going to be blue stance. Now, what does blue stance do? Blue stance lets you hit, the tentacles will hit for 100% of their tentacle damage every turn, and at the end of turn, you get 1 extra tentacle up to cap. And once you hit the cap, if you go over, you can go over the cap for 5 more tentacles without rouses. Now, there are very few sources of permanent tentacle cap gain. So, let's say your cap is 5 on the screen before you. Once you have 5 tentacles, every time you quote-unquote gain a tentacle, it stores in the back end of the game. So, in order to unlock the next cap, you need to gain 1 tentacles. So if you have 5 out of 5 tentacles, next turn, if you're in blue stance, you will have 5 out of 6 tentacles. Because it will unlock a new empty cap bar. And then the next turn you're in blue stance, you get 1 tentacle. Now you have 6 tentacles. So that's a plus 1 cap. Now the next cap in stance will take 2 gain tentacles. So what does this mean? It means that if you're in blue stance, you're at 6 out of 6 tentacles now in this example. You end turn. Next turn, nothing will happen. But on the back end of the game, it will record to as plus 1 tentacle stored up. And next turn, when you end turn or you gain a tentacle, it will be plus 2. So the next turn after, you have another empty tentacle slot. Not with tentacle. That is the next tentacle slot unlocked. And then turn after that, that tentacle slot will be filled out. Now you'll have 7 out of 7 tentacles in this scenario. To unlock the third slot, you need to have plus 3 tentacle slots in the background. Whether it's from Tulu, whether it's from any other source of gain tentacle. In the background, you need to have 3 plus gain tentacles to unlock the next slot. That's how tentacle count, up to 5. The maximum you can get from doing this is 5. So for the very last slot, you need to have 5 plus tentacle gain in order to get 1 more slot uncapped. So that's generally how to gain tentacles. Another way, how do you gain tentacle cap? Or, max tentacles is rousing blue units. Every blue unit, when you rouse them, they will gain 1 tentacle. Okay? Every blue unit, when you rouse them, which is unlocking, evolving them in Arc 1, etc. Now, there is only one way in the game, 1 unit in the game that can get you infinite tentacle cap. Miriam. This is the only unit in the game that has no cap on how many tentacles you can gain. You can gain 100 tentacles maybe, but normally we don't know because the boss usually dies before we can meme it out. Because her ability, when you over exalt Miriam, which is 8 copies, is a very big investment. But she is the only unit in the game that can do this with her overexalt. It's +1 tentacle and +1 tentacle cap. It is the only unit in the game that can do multiple tentacles. And her rouse is a triple rouse that is also plus tentacle count or tentacle cap. This is the only unit in the game at the time of me recording this video that can increase your maximum amount of tentacles. Not gain tentacles. Any unit can gain tentacles. A lot of units gain tentacles. This is the only one that can make you your dream of slapping the boss with 60 tentacles a reality. Only one unit. The boss will be dead before then. So yeah, that is how do you gain tentacles right now. So that's what blue stance does, 100% damage and gain tentacle. So what does white stance do? General white stance, not G Murphy white stance, gets you a shield based on your realm mastery and your team's max HP. The higher your team's max HP is, the big juicy con stat, the bigger your white stance shield is. And this is invaluable as a new player because white stance shield scales faster than 90% of units' defense cards, especially early game, even late game. A white stance defense provides more value than most defense cards of most units, provided with a few limited invested exceptions. And is very versatile outside of G Murphy, because it can white stance whenever. Some people just put blue units in just for the white stance, because you can white stance every turn for the big defense. Now, what's the con of white stancing as opposed to staying in blue stance? The con, besides the few relics that procs, depending on if you're white or blue stance, is that when you're in white stance, outside of G Murphy, your tentacles do half damage, 50% damage, okay? But every time your tentacles hit, you get a shield based on stats. That is the con. And you no longer gain a tentacle at the end of turn, unlike in blue stance. But white stance has its place in the game as well. So let's go to the next stance. Red stance. Red stance is the DPS stance of the blue realm. It works very well with multi-hit units like Tawil, like fucking Aritza, like Corpo. Basically, every time you hit the boss when you're in red stance, it causes a red tentacle to hit once as well. If you hit the boss 100 times, your tentacles are also gonna hit 100 times. Also in red stance, your tentacles get a % damage buff. Flares, why would I not always red stance if it is this OP? Because the con of red stance is that after the turn you red stance, you lose 1 tentacle. That is the con. You lose a tentacle every time you red stance. So you only red stance on super extreme burst turns. Remember, new players, click on the tentacle button. You can click on it. Now let me go in depth on tentacles some more before I go over the units. Again, outside of chaos, every realm gets more in depth on their mechanics. So, you can click on the small tentacles on your stream. 99.999999999% of players do not notice. You can click on the small tentacles on your screen. Do it right now. click on the small tentacles. You can do it. Click on it. What does it do? It tells you your tentacles crit rate. It tells you your tentacles crit damage, and it gives you information about how tentacles work. It's very long text. In this, because I'm streaming and recording this audio, it's a very long text. If you want what I just described to you with max HP and what, that's what it does. So, what is tentacle crit rate and crit damage based off of? It's based off the crit rate and your crit damage of all of your Awakers, sort of averaged out. I'm not going to say averaged out, because it's not exactly averaged out, but it takes all of your Awakeners crit rate and crit damage, adds them together, and then does something, converts it to crit rate, crit damage. It's not a all crit rate divided by 4. All crit damage divided by 4. It's not exactly that, because you have to factor in other things like damage amp, fucking cover. It's more than that. But that's generally the gist of it, okay? So, sometimes you want to build crit rate on units that aren't even attacking just to buff the crit rate of your tentacles. Now, there are certain wheels, there are certain effects, certain covenants that also helps buff the crit rate and crit damage of your tentacles. Now, let's go on to other factors of the blue realm. I haven't even went over the units yet, and you already see why blue is very strong. Just the tentacles itself can carry you early game. No matter how dog shit your team building is, how dog shit your comp is, how clueless you are about playing the game, how clueless of an ultra player you are. You can play blue with a 2-digit IIQ. It is fine. Your tentacles will do most of the work. You can place the most dog shit units in the game, and just end turn, you can fuck up. And your tentacles can still do the job for you. Early game. Now, let's go on to G Murphy, Divine Blue Realm. Now, Divine Blue Realm is a new addition to the game, otherwise known as JP Blue. Now, when you have G Murphy, Murphy Faubourn, it changes how Blue Realm works. Also, before you do that, Blue Realm, base Blue Realm, starting tentacle damage is affected by wheels, strength, and damage amp on your teams. So some people run full damage amp on 4 units to buff their starting tentacle damage. That's how it works normally. How does it work with G Murphy? G Murphy changes the blue realm in its entirety. Instead of based, tentacle damage being that, is now based off of your max HP. Tentacle damage is now based off 5% of your team's max HP. That is the big change. Now, the 3 stances. Blue stance is roughly the same outside of that change with G Murphy. White stance and red stance are now changed if you have G Murphy on your team. White stance and red stance now has a 3-turn cooldown as opposed to using it whenever you want. In exchange, white stance is buffed heavily. You get a lot more shields from white stancing. That is the pro and the con. In exchange for the red stance, having a 3-turn cooldown, it is buffed heavily. That is the simplified version of it. If you want in-depth version of it, go to my G Murphy video. G Murphy guide. That is the layman example. Now, why else is blue one of the best realms for still new players? Their standard units are some of the most overstated units in the game, comparative to any other unit. Like, compare them level 60 to level 60, They have the best stats and the best scaling in terms of HP and attack damage, which matters. Because your max health is based off, again, I'm going to use this word, is not exactly this. It's not exactly the average. It's not Constitution divided by 4. It's Constitution times your Awaker level, times something, and average it out. There's more math involved. But I'm going to simplify it. Your max HP is based on the con stat, the Constitution stat, the heart stat of all 4 units on your team. Goliath and Caucus has the 2 highest con values in the game. And they have the highest Constitution values out of any standard unit you can possibly get. And that max HP will do wonders for you in any team. And their units are extremely, extremely strong, especially early game. Coupled with their mechanics. There are no misses in Blue Standard as opposed to other realms. Now, Ultra, Jenkins, Winkle, great units. Jenkins is a great DPS carry. Fucking Karo, Uvash, if you get 8 copies of him, great DPS carry. Chaos, they have no DPS carries in the standard pool. Now, Blue, they have Caucus as a DPS carry. They have Goliath as a DPS carry. Even Pharos is usable early game. Even Sangha can be a shield carry in damage. Only Solis is the pure support unit here. So you have 4 out of 5 carries that you can use early game. You cannot miss. I recommend to hit E3 Caucus, E2 Goliath, and then go straight to Wheel Jail. I'll cover Wheel Jail here. This game is very dupe dependent, especially with the weapons. Now, wheels are the weapons in this game. So, when you plus 12 an SSR limited wheel, an SSR wheel, whether in standard or what. So basically a 5-star wheel, whatever game you want to call it. If you plus 12 a wheel, you can equip another SSR wheel. That is why you want to go to Wheel Jail and pull for Titan's Blade as soon as possible. I'm going to cover this in every realm video and every guide. This is the most important information for new players to know. Blue ensures you go to Wheel Jail as fast as possible. You can start working on your weapons. Once you're in Wheel Jail, you never leave. I am in Wheel Jail. Every player who's watching this video that's a vet and watching this for shits and giggles, they're in Wheel Jail too. It's a miserable place. We're all stuck in Wheel Jail. Okay? We're just pulling for wheels. Where am I gonna get all the other units if I only pull blue and go to Wheel Jail players? Rewinds. Every time you pull for limited units, you have a chance to off-rate another standard unit. That's the majority of where you're going to get your standard dupes once you enter Wheel Jail. And you use the rewind selectors they give out every Annie or every couple of months to rewind any standard unit in the game and then select key units from another realm. So you can go the entire game never pulling on dog shit standard banners. Like Chaos, like Ultrash, like Karo. You can only pull blue and never pull any of the other realms. And you can still get their good standard units by getting the standard selector dupes when you rewind a Pharos. When you rewind a blue unit you do not like. Or when you off-rate limited units and you just rewind that and you can use those selectors to pick and choose directly exactly what you want from each realm. No RNG required. People telling you to pull on Ultra telling you to pull on Carol, telling you to pull on Chaos. You are wasting your resources. You are wasting your standard pools that can be better used in Wheeljail, better used elsewhere. Because you can off-rate those units in those realms, or just choose the good ones. Blue has the most usable units in the game in their standard banner pool, with high stats that can carry you through early game. Even late game, you can still use them with G Murphy. That is why it's extremely important for new players to just pull blue, get the Caucus, get the Goliath up, E3, E2, then go to Wheeljail so you can start working on your weapons. You'll be in Wheeljail your entire life playing this game, because you want as many plus 12 wheels to equip more of them, make your team more versatile. Remember, equipping 2 SSR wheels are very strong, because SSR wheels have doubled the stats of SR wheels. They have quadrupled the stats of R wheels. That's just how the game works. So that concludes the blue overview. Well, maybe I go in depth on the units. So, fuck it. I will go to my past year video on why it's good. I don't want to make this video too long. Go to my tier list video, and I'll go in depth. This is the realm mechanic. This is why I do it. If you want actual unit reviews, go to those videos. I made those videos already, motherfucker. I'm not going to go over it again. Okay, I'll see you guys in my next video. Okay, audio for that one is done. Blue Realm overview. Okay, what ID should I get at started if I want to build a tentacle team? Shark Guy to Will Caucus G Murphy. Yeah, that is fine. There are a lot of tentacle teams. I will show you it. Okay, since I'm uploading the video right now, I'm uploading it right now. So hold on. Let me share this with my editor real quick. I'm sharing stuff with my editor. Okay. Let me upload the thing I just made, and I'll go over tentacle comps for you. I'll go over tentacle comps for you, so hold up. So empty team slot here. This works. So there are a couple of tentacle teams. They all scale of tentacles. So the main one, the strongest one right now is this. This is the strongest one right now in terms of tentacles. This is the strongest team in terms of tentacles right now. This team right here. This is the strongest tentacle team right now in terms of all blue units. But it's all limiteds and Goliath. Another tentacle team you can do is Tawil, Caucus, Hamel, and these are not the wheels. The wheels are up here. Yeah. Caucus, and the last lot can be Nautila or G-Doll. That's another good tentacle team. And blue. So there's an additional tentacle team. Let's say you're playing Discard Tentacle. Discard Tentacle is its own thing. Sarita, Cassia, and the last slot is a Keyflare unit. Whether it's Murphy or G Murphy, you need a Keyflare unit last. So this is another tentacle team. So those are the 3 main tentacle teams right now in the game. Outside of that, Yeah, Calf can clear all of it. Yep. Shark Guy, Twill, Caucus, G Murphy. That team, I know why you got recommended. You will kill yourself. You will probably kill yourself as a new player. There's a 90% chance you will accidentally kill yourself using that team. Because you are too new to manage the sacrifice stacks effectively with that team. That is my big con to using that particular team. So you want to go all in on either G Murphy or Twill. If you're going all in on the Twill, you remove the G Murphy for now until you're more comfortable just playing with Twill and then adding her in later and just putting in the Nautilus or the Hamlin. If you want to go all in on G Murphy, you would remove the Twill and put in regular Murphy and Miriam, for example. Because right now, that team comp, it works. It works. You will probably kill yourself. I'm just saying. In my experience, most new players will probably kill yourself. I have never killed... Okay, if it's fine, if you're managing it fine, if you're competent, that is fine. However, I'm just saying a lot of new players kills themselves with the sacrifice stacks because they don't know how to operate that team. As long as you know how to operate the team, just blue will that chapter. If you're running Calf, you need to bring along the Alba. If you want to do chapter 4 hard mode, you need to do the Alba there to unseal her. You need to do the Alba there to unseal her. Let's go to Caro here. Caro. Okay, next realm. I will update it one day. Maybe I'll update it on stream right now, but I'm recording this audio right now. Recording the audio right now, so... Okay. Let's go over Caro Realm, otherwise known as Red Realm. Now, this realm has some of the best limited units in the game, in the form of Thighs, Gellet, Salvador. They have some of the best limited units in the game. Insane damage, low investment team that can clear any content. And Gellet having the highest burst damage of any unit in the game. That is their limited units. Standard unit wise, they have some of the worst standard units in the game by far. Most of them are unusable. That's why I do not recommend pulling for Carol Standard Banner. Their limited banners are very good. They have the best limited units, weakest standard units. So let's go over the main gimmick of Carol, the main function of Carol. They are mainly a bleed, low HP, kill or beat kill realm. That's the concept. The whole blood furnace, healing up, losing HP, stealing your HP, sucking your HP, hurting yourself, being suicidal. If you're a millennial, if you're Gen Z, you would love this shit. That's their whole gimmick. Some Awakers like Dorothy deals more damage when your HP is lower. Some Awakers like Jellet heal based on your missing HP. So if you're almost dead, she heals you up for a lot, etc. Some Awakers like Faint helps you die more often. That's their whole gimmick as a realm. Blood, healing, losing health, doing damage. Now, what are they lacking? Poison. Agrippa's their only poison unit. They have lots of bleed units. Very few counter units, unless you count Fate or Dies. So their whole gimmick is damage. Now let's go over their realm mechanic. They have two realm mechanics. One was added last year, which is the furnace. Before then, it was just babies. Let's go over the original mechanic they launched with when the game first came out. Embryos, otherwise known as babies. So, embryos. There is a bar on the screen that says 0 to 100%. When you hit 100% on that bar, you gain an embryo card in hand, or a baby. Every Carol Awaker can eat a baby. When they eat a baby, their Exalt gains an additional effect, otherwise known as Devour. They will automatically eat a baby whenever you Exalt, if you have a baby in hand. Now, this process of devouring that sweet newborn baby buffs their Exalt power to do extra effects. On Jellet, your card cost reduction and all the bleed damage. Thorazine, you gain strength, crit damage, crit rate. Aegis, you stun. Pikmin, you get this. Basically, they love eating babies. Get their super Exalt out. Outside of eating babies, you can feed them babies. Feeding and eating babies are completely different. Now, what does eating or feeding them a baby do? What does it mean by feeding them a baby, Flayers? When you drag the embryo card and you play it on a Awaker, you can feed babies to any unit in the game. You can feed them to blue units. You can feed them to ultra units. You can feed them to chaos units. Anyone will accept the baby, dude. They will accept the baby like Oliver Twist. Please, sir, may I have some more? When you feed them a baby, you give them 30%, 30 alienness, and some crit rate, and some other stats or bonuses, depending on if it's a super baby or not. Now, let's go over super babies. There's only one unit in the game that can transform the regular baby cards in your hand from regular babies to super babies. Dies. That's why she's an S tier Awakener. So, we call them super babies. I call them super babies when I'm coaching, okay? Their actual name is Scion of Purity. It transforms an embryo to a Scion of Purity. No one is fucking calling them a Scion of Purity. They're calling them super babies. At best, born babies. What do you call? Fucking juvenile babies, teenagers, whatever. It's a slightly grown baby. It's a bigger baby, okay? And super babies. What happens when you eat a super baby? Well, when a wicker devours a super baby, their devour effect is triggered twice. So that means it's as if they ate two babies. So let's go over Jellet, for example. Jellet, when she eats a baby, she draws one card and reduces the cost of all of her cards in hand by 1. When she eats a super baby, she's going to draw 2 cards and reduce all the cards in her hand by 2. Very strong. Just double the devour effect. Whatever the devour effect says, a super baby does it twice. Except for Aegis. She can only petrify once. I'm sorry. In case any of you guys are wondering that. Pikmin does it twice. Just think of it as twice. Okay? It's the simplest way to explain super babies. Now, what happens if you feed a super baby to someone else? If you feed a super baby, they're going to now get, instead of getting 30 alien miss, they gain 45 alien miss. The baby effects are increased by 1.5 times the super baby. So that is the whole baby gimmick. The best baby maker is Thighs. Then it's everyone else. Then it's everyone else for themselves. Now, let's go over the second mechanic of devouring a baby. When a Karo Awaker devours a baby, you get the extra exo effect, and you get a little shield as well. This only occurs for the first devour each turn. The first time a Karo Awaker eats a baby. This only happens once a turn. You gain a shield based off HP and other stats and factors that I'm not going to cover. You get a small shield. I get 400. Some people get 200. Some people get 100. It's based on your stats and the levels of your Awaker and the levels of your account. Moving on. The next piece of mechanic that is quote-unquote new, not present when the game first launched, is the Furnace, otherwise known as the big red bubble you can click on to heal up. At the end of every turn, or when you kill enemies, that little red bubble will fill up with blood and health. You click on it to heal. That is your use case for it 90% of the time. 99% of the time, you click on it to heal. What's that 1% of the time? Salvador. Salvador is the only Awaker at the time of recording this video that can directly interact with the Blood Furnace. Why is this the case? Blood Furnace was not in the game when the game first released. It was added when Salvador as a unit released. And before they changed it, you only get the Blood Furnace if you have Salve on your team. Due to complaints into how weak Karo was at the time, they eventually made a mechanic for the entire realm. But they, as of now, have not created another unit that takes advantage of the Blood Furnace, because it is originally Salvador's main gimmick. 99% of the time, if you don't have Salvador on your team, you're just using this to heal when you feel like it. That is the purpose of the Blood Furnace. As of now, it's just a healing bubble, okay? But what does Realm Mastery do for Karo? So I went over Realm Mastery on the other videos. Realm Mastery for Karo buffs the shield you get from devouring based on how much realm mastery you have. You ignore it. You don't give a fuck. And it gives you a little bit of temporary strength. You ignore it. You don't give a fuck about this. Don't give a fuck about this. Ignore it. You don't care about realm mastery. Now let's go over the units. Again, limited units. Jellet, best DPS burster in the game, period. Thorazine. I have a lot of complaints about Thorazine, but if you're a new player, Thorazine can one-shot all of story mode content and easy content for you. In the extreme late game, where I'm at, you will have issues with Thorazine as a limited unit. A lot of people do not like him extreme late game. If you're just starting out the game, you're going to one-shot most of your encounters if you hit Thorazine, if you pull for Thorazine. He's extremely strong because his space damage is very high. Extreme late game, you have issues. I go over it all the time in my tier list videos. Go over it if you want one explanation why. But right now, if you're watching this video, you're a new player, he's great. Pickman. Thigh's alternative. Thighs. The best Carol support on the game, and arguably, according to most people, the best support in the game. Based on her ability to dupe cards and do everything. She gets strength, beats alias. She has everything a support could want. They'll probably not release a unit like her. We don't know. She generates a lot of babies. You get super babies. Again, maybe my editor will put together clips from my previous video where I actually went over all these units and make the video longer. Maybe that's what the editor will do. Because I don't care if this video is an hour long as it's an in-depth overview. But I'm going to go over the basics now for the re-recording. So, Salvador, strong unit, except for you choose between Jellet and Salvador. Sorel, another limited unit. She's only strong when extremely invested in Whaleden. If you whale super hard on Sorel, she's pretty good now, with the recent buffs to her. She's the only one. She's one of the few units that can infinite devour without relics. What infinite devour is, when you exalt on Sorel, she eats all of your babies. Not one. She eats all of your babies. It's like that Friends. It's like that, not Friends episode. That fucking Parks and Recreation episode with Ron Swanson. She's the Ron Swanson of Carol. When she says, I want all of your babies, she wants all of your babies. It's like when Ron Swanson goes to eat bacon. I think you might have misheard me. I did not say I want a lot of bacon. What I said is I want all of your bacon, motherfucker. That's what Sorel does. She eats all of the babies to do her exalt. That's her gimmick for a multi-hit. She eats all of them. Now let's go over the standard units and why they're currently bad for most players to pull on Carol standard. Now, there are 5 standard units, just like with every realm. It's Lei, Uvash, Helet, Agrippa, Feint. Now, out of those, there are 2 DPS units you can get out of Carol standard. Uvash or Helet. Helet is rated low on most tier lists. She, even at endgame, if you really want to use her, she does not function as a main DPS. She functions as a filler sub DPS, a side DPS to your real carry. To your real carry, she functions as a partner if you really want to use her. Not as a main DPS, because her strikes and stuff does not scale that well into the late game, even after debuffs. Uvash, unlike Helet, can be used late game if you use premium supports on him, if you have him over exalt. Why? Only if you have him over exalt. Before then, he's pretty weak compared to the other standard offerings. Probably one of the weakest DPS out of the standards. But when you have his overexalt, which means 8 copies, the effect is when he exalts, he fills your entire hand with his 0 cost. Not generate a lot of it. he fills your entire hand. Which means if you have an empty hand, let's say you have the max hand size in Arc 1, which is 17. If you have certain relics and certain wheels, let's say that's the maximum hand size you can get in Arc 1 is 17. If you have the Cursed Relic, use my Costco, etc. It's 17. So, if you have an empty hand, you get 17 zero-cost attack cards. You didn't kill the boss. That's why he's very strong at 8 copies. Without 8 copies, when you exalt, you will only get, I think, 3. Let me double check and make sure. I think it's 3 or something subsequent. No, it's 0 actually. 0. Yeah, you want his over exalt if you really want to make him a carry, which means 8 copies. At 8 copies, he performs half, maybe 40% as good as some of the S tier limited DPS units, which sounds bad, but some of the limited DPS units are extremely strong. That is a pretty good thing to be. 40%. Power creep exists in this game. Being 40% of an S tier limited DPS unit is extremely good. And that's where he's roughly at, with a lot of dupes on him. But generally, most end game you use, S tier limited DPS, like in most games. None of these standard DPS units, except for Jenkins, really matches up to the S tier limited DPS they've been releasing. It's just, and with the limited stat buffs, the standard DPS kind of falls behind. So that's the issue with the game. I'm not going to digress. You can go over my tier list video and you can see the comparisons of all my end game content. See how much damage, limited DPS do compared to standard units. Standard units are relegated to support, basically. So let's go over. So you can only get those 2 DPS, and one of them needs OE to function. So as an early game player, pretty bad. So let's go over the 3 support units. Let's go over the worst one, Lei. Lei, in every factor of the word, is the most power-crept unit in the game. Ask anyone, they will meme about her stats. She is, factually speaking, not hyperbole, not anything, not over-texturing. She is literally the lowest statted awaker in the entire game. In the entire game, she has the least stats, period. At level 60, she has 72, 72, 72. At level 90, she does not break 3 digits. At level 90, she has 99, 99, 99. That is her stat line. Compare that to another standard character from Blue, Caucus. Caucus, at level 90, is 215, 171, 187. Double or more than double her stats. And at level 60, he has 156, 124, 136. Let's look at Goliath. At level 60, he has 164, 160, 132. But flares, those are DPS units. That's unfair. Let's go to support units. Fucking Celise. 80, 76, 80, and she gives revives. But not even, let's go to the same realm she's from. Let's go to Thighs, which performs the same role as Lei. So this is a meme. Thighs power creeps Lei in every single mechanic. Every single factor, Thighs is better. Look at her Embryo Fusion card. Unfulfilled Desire. Unfulfilled Desire, you gain 20 temporary strength. You lose 10% of your current HP. and you gain roughly 30% embryo fusion maxed out. 30% embryo fusion. 20 temporary strength. And you lose HP. Okay? Let's look at thighs. Her embryo fusion card gives a minimum 40% embryo fusion, gains key flare, inflicts 2 turns of vuln or 2 turns of weakness, or an additional 40% embryo fusion. Her other card gives another unit 20 alias, and gives her 20 elements. Lei gives herself 10. And Dai also gives 11 permanent strength. Permanent strength, meaning it does not go away at the end of the turn. In addition to that, her kit does even more than Lei. But first, maybe with all these power creep, maybe Dai's have less stats to back it up. No. Dai's has 50% more stats than Lei. Actually, she has double the stats of Lei. I take that back. She has double the stats of Lei. Her stats at level 60 is 140, 135, 126. Okay? And she is also a support character. Let's go back to Lei. 72, 72, 72. You don't need to be a genius to know how power crept she has been. Now let's go over her abilities. Her strike defenses does not gain additional effects compared to other recent units that has power crept her hard. Her rouse, whenever she plays a card, you get embryo fusion, 16 to 20%. Her other card is a retained pierce damage card. She does no damage. Why would you want damage on a support that does no damage here? Her Exalt, 12 permanent strength? Kidding me? Even the Soul Forge buff gets you 1 to 3 strength per card play. Wow. Thoracine gives you 60 strength per dirge. Dies gives you 12 if you play her card. Gellet gives you that much. This is on an Exalt, an ultimate ability. So yeah, she's probably one of the worst. People do use her. I use her with Dtide. You know why? We have no other choice. There's not enough Carol supports. Carol's a realm with too many DPS, not enough supports. So you would still see her used, but is she good? No. It's a factor of people are desperate and they're using her. Let's go over Feint, the actual used unit, because of her DR. I do rate her low for most new accounts. I do not think she's valuable for most teams outside of a few meme teams. Her main gimmick is DR, dying. She prevents you from dying and she builds up that death resistance. That's her gimmick. That's her thing. You ignore all of her counter. Her counter is pretty mediocre aside from meme comps. That is her main role. That she excels at that role. She is the best unit to build up your DR. If you're a new player, however, if you are a veteran of card games, if you play a lot of card games, you would be fine. You will not die. That's the issue with Feint. That's why I rate her lower than most outside of meme teams like G-Dog Cheese on Wave 3 Dtide Endgame. Watch my Dtide guide videos to know what I am talking about. But generally speaking, if you're building a team, if you're coming to this game from another game, you will probably build a team that will not die, that will defend enough, that will kill enough. She does not buff your team meaningfully to kill the boss. She does not provide you enough strength, a little bit of strength. She does not provide you enough shields because all of her mechanics revolve around you dying. And I do not believe you should think with the mindset of, I'm clearly going to die. I need to bring along feint that prevents me from dying. Personally speaking, from my perspective, that is a weak-ass mindset to go into the game. She will help you. However, if you get good at the game, if your team is good, she's just a brick on your team generally. If you're not using her for your revives. If you're going onto a stage, if you're going onto a boss fight, and you kill the boss fight without dying, you could have killed it faster. You could have killed it better without feint, with another support unit added into the mix that can help you kill faster, help you survive faster. So, most of you watching this video, because you're going out of your way to look up guides, look up resources for the game, which means you know how to tackle gaming in general. You're not entirely a new player. You have some experience. You will not take advantage of her Re5 effect that often. If you are following my guides, if you're building Costo, if you're following my guides to a T, you will never have to use her ability outside of Wave 3 G-Doll. That is my perspective of Feint and Solis. Now let's go to Agrippa. Agrippa, I rate her very low. Everyone rates her very low. Go at the Chinese tier list. She is borderline F tier. On every tier list you can encounter. I still use her. I still like her. I think her kit is great. I will not put her in C tier. I will not put her any higher than D tier. She's D or F tier. She's pretty bad, not because of her kit. Her stats are great. Her abilities are great. Everything about her is designed well. She's one of the best designed standard units in the game. She is so strong, but she is fucking useless. Why, Flayers? Like in my original video 1 year ago, because this is a refresh Realm Guide video. This is the updated 2025 version. Her entire kit and gimmick is to buff poison units. Poison trigger. Poison. Everything about her kit is a match made in heaven for poison units. However, the best poison comps in the game right now are G-Doll, 24 Blue, or other things. Not Carol. You notice a thing when you're looking at all the Carol units at the time of me recording this video? Who are you gonna fucking use her in the Carol realm? That's right. Carol, at the time of releasing this video, and at this time last year, has not have a Carol poison unit for her to support. And current meta poison teams, let's say 24 Blue. 24 Blue can only work with Chaos and Blue units. You cannot put Agrippa in. The only team you put Agrippa in is G-Doll Poison. And G-Doll Poison does not need her. You can't even use her with, let's say, a shitty Daffodil Poison team in Ultra. Why? Because you can just use Daffodil with G-Doll instead. Because G-Doll is a better unit for a poison combination than Agrippa. Until there is a Carol poison unit, Agrippa will remain D or F tier on most tier lists. She has such a great kit. I love her kit. I rate her low. I think she's very strong. Her kit is great. I love her kit. I cannot stress how strong her kit is. Everything. The embryo fusion is doubled. Embryo percentage. Cost reduction. 10% poison trigger. This is great. With what fucking Carol poison units, devs? With what fucking Carol poison units! Give us a fucking Carol poison unit! Where are my Carol poisons? Why are there fucking 15 fucking bleed units? She's not bleeding. She's not on her fucking period. She's a fucking spider lady, okay? Her bottom half is all spiderly and poisony. All these fucking Carol DPS female awakers, male awakers with their fucking periods causing fucking bleed. What's the next Carol unit? Is there another fucking bleed unit? Another bleed unit in the million fucking bleed units we have in the game? The last fucking 10 units are all fucking bleed. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are the devs doing this? Fucking Pollux isn't even a Carol. Isn't even a fucking blue unit. Isn't even a fucking what? He's fucking a bleed unit, dude. They made another bleed unit. Where are my poison units? Then we have one this year. We have G-Doll. And she's a supportive poison unit. Give us another poison DPS. When was the last time a poison DPS came out? A real poison DPS. Not a original support that was repurposed. Let's go back in time. What was the last poison DPS unit? Daffodil. You know when that was? Over a year ago. And she's not even a poison unit. She's a flex unit that can do poison or counter or damage. She's not even a real poison DPS unit. It's either 24 or Daffodil. Give us another DPS poison units so I can use Agrippa. Where are the fucking poison? Give me the fucking poison. Stop having all these fucking bleeders. Okay? We have enough bleeders. Stop focusing on fucking bleed. I'm sick of it. Give me poison so I can use Agrippa. So she's not D or F tier. Devs, she's been D or F tier for 2 years since the game came out. Since the game fucking came out, there's been zero Kara poison units. Fucking zero. Anyway, that is the Carol Realm overview. So, Carol overview done. Export. Okay. Let's start uploading that. Okay, let me share this file. Okay. Okay. Gotta recover for a second here. Gotta recover. Whew. Okay. Next one. Let's go over Ultra. Ultra has one of the stronger realm mechanics, but some of the weakest standard units in the game, and their standard banner is one of the worst ones, along with Carol and Chaos. In comparison to fucking Blue, their standard banner is dog shit. It is one of the worst early realms to pull on, especially for a new player. Their Awaker stat lines are too low, and they're pretty bad for new accounts, and they don't allow you to go into Dtide early compared to the Blue mechanic. Late game, sure, you can use them, but the only usable standards that you can pull from their standard banner is Jenkins and Winkle. I'm not going to go over the former limiteds because you never aim for that. It's just a 0.1% chance. It's not worth it. So it's Jenkins and Winkle. They're both extremely good. Jenkins is one of the best standard DPSs in the game. Jenkins is great. Winkle is great. Winkle is one of the best battery units in the game. Supportive battery units, which means she feeds elements to your main carry. That is what it generally means. But out of the 5 standard units, 3 of them are virtually unusable for a brand new player. Liz is a trap. Liz requires a lot of investment. Even then, she underperforms compared to real DPS carries. Now, early game. If you're a new player watching this video pulling Liz, Liz will do just fine the first couple of chapters. The first couple of chapters of the game, she will one-shot a lot of enemies. Just fine. Why? She has high base damage. Like Pollux, like Dorsey, and etc. So it's not scaled for early game content. Early game content, mid game content is really badly scaled. So she will perform great early on, but late game, she falls off super hard compared to any other DPS units you could have invested your resources in. Now, let's go over the other ones. So the next standard unit is fucking Cassia. Cassia, very good endgame in a discard team since the recent buffs. I bumped her up on the tier list compared to my previous realm overview video. Last year, she was pretty weak, but the recent buffs to her, making her a stronger discard support unit on her poof, makes her extremely essential for discard blue teams with Arita and Corpo. However, I still rate her low, especially for a new player. Why? Because you are not going to have a strong Arita or a Corpo starting out. Corpo is a limited unit, and Arita is a welfare unit that is time gated. So early on, you will not be able to use Cassia on her preferred best team. So you could basically remove her from the equation early on. So Tinkt, one of the worst supports in the game due to her unpredictability and her usage in the game. Wait, why the fuck am I going over units? I need to go over fucking realm mechanics. So, the realm mechanics. Realm mechanics time. Ultra. The entire Ultra is about Leap and Quasar. Leap and Quasar. Why is it called Quasar? Why is it called Leap? These are dirty, filthy, illegal aliens. They need to get out of our planet. That's the lore of Ultra Awakers. 90% of these units are from another fucking dimension, or from another planet, another universe. These dirty, filthy aliens. Gotta get off my fucking lawn. Go back to where they came from. We need to call Lemurian Ice. Get them deported. Jenkins can stay. Jenkins has earned her travel visa. She was born here. Birthright citizenship. Okay? Liz, Another planet, ship her off. Dirty alien. Actually, she's not from another planet. She's a fucking ghost or something because she burned out down the theater. Tanked, another planet, ship her back where she came from. Horla's fine. She has an H-1B1 visa. She can stay. Clem, filthy fucking bug-like Zerg, hive mind parasite, ship her off. Ship her off to the fucking Helldivers universe so they can go to town on her. Dirty alien, okay? Daffodil, from another dimension. Identity death. Identity death in lore. Wanda, dirty alien. Okay, back to the actual series video. So, Ultra Turn, Leap, and Quasar. The space dirty alien mechanics. So, most Ultra Awakers have Leap cards. What Leap means is the first card you play every turn that is a command card, that is not an insight, that is not a rouse, a symptom, a curse, or a state card, goes into Ultra Turn. If that card has an effect called Leap, it also does an additional thing. What is Ultra Turn? Ultra Turn is a gimmick where you fill up this ultra bar of 5 cards. When you hit 5, when you click Extra Turn, that is what happens. You go into the extra turn, so you take 2 turns instead of the boss taking a turn. So during that extra turn, you get all of your cards from Ultra Turn in your hand. And during Ultra Turn, no matter the order of cards, Leap effects will always happen in Ultra Turn. And that is Leap. So let's go over a Leap effect so I can give an example. Jenkins. Her Leap effect on Get 'em Brown was enjoy additional 1x strength bonus. That means if it's the first card you play that turn, it will go into Ultra Turn and will do more damage. If it's the second card you play, the Leap effect, any text after Leap doesn't take effect. You ignore any text after Leap. That is Leap. Now, what is Quasar? Quasar is more restrictive Leap. It is a newer mechanic that is only present on currently 2 Ultra units. Caster and dog shit! Fucking Clem! Dirty fucking alien! Go back to your fucking planet! Fucking gave up the town! Let that alien insect hive mind take over your fucking body! Take over your fucking body for no fucking reason. Blah, 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 blah. Dirty fucking alien. Okay, Quasar effects. Caster. What Quasar means is that it is Leap. Wait, the first card you play will get that effect. However, in Ultra Turn, Quasar can no longer take effect. In Ultra Turn, any Leap cards have their effects automatically used, no matter what card you play. So Ultra Turn, it thinks every card you play as if the first card. So Leap effect always takes into account. As opposed to Quasar. Quasar only takes into effect outside of Ultra Turn. You cannot proc it several times. Unless you use Hamel. One exception. You can cheese Quasar effects with Hamlin. I went over that in some of my caster video and on my tier list video on how to cheese the Quasar effect. Now, what does Quasar cards do in Ultra Turn? If you put a Quasar card in Ultra Turn and you go into Ultra Turn, the cost of Quasar cards added to your hand is -1. That is what Quasar do. Okay? It is to prevent strong units like Caster from having too many Onyx Plumes. Because it's all about the matriarchy, keeping poor old Caster down. Okay? So, that is the leap and Quasar effects of Ultra. Now, what does Realm Mastery do for Ultra? Basically, chance to get insight. It's one of the better Realm Mastery options. However, you still do not build Realm Mastery because you want more general Covenant stacks. Check out my Covenant guide videos. I made 3. Now, every 1 point in Realm Mastery, there is a 0.125% chance to gain 1 insight. That is the Realm Mastery effect. Every turn. Moving on, what is the negative effect of realm mixing for Ultra? If you mix it with anything other than Chaos, you do minus 25% damage in Ultra turn. Compared to the last time I made this video, it was minus 50%. They have buffed it since. Now they only do 25% damage in Ultra turn if you mix them with blue or Carol units. And you also get, less AoE mystery gen and all those effects and less healing and blah blah blah. You don't care about that. So, let's talk about Annihilation. What is Annihilation? When you click on the Ultra button, you can destroy the frontmost card in Ultra turn for 1 insight. Why would you want to annihilate? To delay Ultra turn. 99% of players, unless they're old trash, do this all the fucking time. Because you only want to use Ultra turn when you absolutely need to survive. Otherwise, you save it as a bank and use Ultra turn as an extra turn to heal up or to kill the boss. You do not use it, so you just edge it out. So most times, you annihilate, you get that free insight, draw 1, get +1 at Rift, and you keep it at 4 out of 5 cards in Ultra turn always. So you always have that free get out of jail free card of an Ultra turn. That's the purpose of Ultra turn and how most endgame players use it. It's pretty boring, I know. But that's how you play Ultra. You don't even use their gimmick most time unless it's in a boss fight. Because Ultra turn helps you cheese turn limits as well. Because the extra turn you get from Ultra turn is not counted towards the turn counter. So when you see an Ultra player play and count, just add one or 2 turns to it. Because Ultra turn does not count as a real turn. So that's another benefit of using Ultra. It can inflate your turn and speed clears. So, let's go deep into the standard and limited units of Ultra. Ultra has some strong limited units, such as Caster. Caster's probably the strongest Ultra unit in the game. Probably one of the strongest shielders in the game, regardless. Always pull for a Caster. Their other limited units have fallen by the wayside. Wanda is a great unit. Wanda was one of the strongest units in Arc 1, chapters 1 through 9. As of this video and last video, Wanda got hard nerfed in Arc 2 from her counter damage. They nerfed her damage by 70%. That is huge. Because she deals damage based off of your current counter. She does not generate a lot of counter on her own. She's a very niche scenario until she gets buffed or new units that help her synergize better. Wanda's fallen off the wayside in Arc 2, but her kit is very fun. Her mechanics are very fun. Daffodil, one of the strongest Ultra limited units, very versatile. She is the Ultra to will, basically, with more restrictive kit. Counter poison damage. based on, but it's heavy investment in Arc 1 unit. And she's a shopper. And she has one of the strongest abilities. Again, I have a 6-hour tier list video where I go deep in depth on every unit with gameplay footage. I'm not going to go over. I'm just going to give the basic overview of every unit. Now, Pollux, pretty bad unit into the late game. She's very strong because of his base damage. But in terms of team building, he is pretty weak team building wise. That's why I place him in C tier. Will he one-shot all the content early game and mid game players do? Yes. Late game, when you're encountering team building scenarios to build out your Dtide teams, he does not function that well. He demands too many good supports in comparison. I went over this in depth in a lot of videos, and I've coached enough players to know that Pollux does not really do much for your team's end game. Now, early game, he's fine. Mid game, he's fine. But if you care about making as many strong teams as possible, and you want to conserve your limited pools, he's not a really good pick for most players in general. Because he does not give bone, and he will age quite terribly once the boss and power creep happens. Because he provides no real utility of his own besides damage. Now, let's go over to standard, which is what most new players are watching. Oh yeah, Horla is great. Was S tier. I dropped her down to A tier because G Murphy came out. My perspective on tier lists. If a extremely good unit comes out, I'm not going to make another tier. I'm going to drop units. Horla, former S tier. She's still S tier by any metric of the view. It's just like G Murphy came out and G Murphy's too strong. Have to kick Awaker. The next Awaker that's getting kicked out of S tier the moment another strong unit comes out is Hamlin. Hamlin is next on the chopping block for S tier. The moment another strong Awaker comes out, Hamlin is getting out of here. I'm kicking him with all the other filthy, dirty aliens. Okay. The standard units. Why Ultra is not a good early banner play. The Ultra mechanic, kind of weak, especially for new players. Late game, use it as a get out of jail free card and whatever. But you kind of want tentacles. You want to pull tentacles and get to Dtide in the end game faster. That's the importance of pulling blue. You don't really want to pull for these banners because they only have 2 really good standard units you want with Jenkins and Winkle. You can just get them by using these selectors, by using the rewind item. You use the standard selectors to only get Jenkins, only get Winkle. Only get them so you can dodge the Liz, you can dodge the Tink, you can dodge the fucking Cassia if you're not planning to play discard team. You can dodge those units and only get the high value standard Awakers. And you're pulling an Ultra banner. Sure, you can get Jenkins, you can get Winkle, but you can also get Liz, you can also get Tink, you can also get fucking Cassia. That's a waste of pulls. Those units are not going to be used early on for your Dtide adventures, for your endgame adventures. You can pull blue, you can get the rewind, and you just target pull Winkle and Jenkins. Not all standard banners are created equal, so you go to wheel jail. Editor should place a thing that can place a wheel jail from one of my other clips. So I'm tired of saying wheel jail again and again. I'll leave a note to the editor. So, Jenkins, very strong DPS. Winkle, very strong support. Ultra as a general, pretty weak early game realm. Pretty weak realm overall in the idea of team building as many teams as possible. Does not really go well into the end game as someone who does the end game and does 420 plus. So that concludes. Caster's only like the really good one I would recommend. He's too good. So that concludes the Ultra thing, because you really want to go to wheel jail. Go to my actual new player guide. This is just the realm overview video. And Ultra really does not have a place. Not enough units, not enough synergy. Maybe when they have better Ultra units, I'll revisit this. But right now, the standards are all pretty weak for new players. Not recommended compared to Blue, for example. And the gimmick, because if you're a new player and you're going to Dtide, you're not going to have that many resources. You're not going to have, let's say, fucking max HP. You're not going to have damage. You're not going to even have level 60 units as a new player going to Dtide. With tentacles, you can just AFK and let your tentacles do all the work. With Ultra, you kind of need levels to get it start working. It doesn't auto play the game for you as opposed to fucking Blue. It's opposed to other realm mechanics. So yeah, it's pretty weak overall. And that's why, and my guides are already built for you to play a specific way. If you follow my guides, you will be able to clear 400. You'll be able to clear every content in the game if you follow my guides to a T. If you follow other units, you will not be able to clear as fast. You will not be able to progress through the game as fast as my guide, which is what is catered to. Getting you to the end game, getting you to clear as much content as possible. Will it ensure you have fun? I don't know. I don't know if you'll have fun following my guide to a T. I know you will probably. I know for a fact you will clear content. I know for a fact you will get into endgame as fast as possible. I coach people every week. Other guys, you will take months to hit endgame. If you pull on anyone else, you will take months to hit endgame. Some of you guys are fine with that. Pull whatever the fuck you want. But if you're endgame focused, you want to hit the endgame fast, you have to pull Blue. You have to go to wheel jail. That is the most optimal path to play the game. And if you value optimal path, that's what my videos are for. I'm not going to tell you, oh, pull whatever you want, blah, 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 pull whatever you want, anything works. That's fucking dog shit advice, dude. There's clearly an optimal path you can use, which costs you the least money, the least resources, or to achieve the highest scores. So, that concludes this Ultra overview. Okay. Overview. Let me upload this now. Okay. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Do. There used to be a max account level for scaling, but now it goes on forever, which I disagree with. A lot of endgame players disagree. It used to be 70. The old cap for max HP and Relic was level 70, roughly. That was the old cap, but since the anti-patch, it now goes on forever. If you want to see the old caps, just go to my old videos. But they buff whales and veterans. I heavily disagree with their design decision. But they want people to spend more money on the game. It's unhealthy for the game in general. I disagree with it. Okay, that's all the realm videos. Done. Done. Okay. Ivan, do you have a Ivan usually watches. I don't know why I'm saying Ivan. I'm just so used to him watching. Yeah, A5 is probably going to be balanced around level 90 soon. I think it's unhealthy for the game, to be fair. I think it's extremely unhealthy for the game for them to uncap it. Because as time goes on, the veterans and the whales can no longer relate to new players without the cap. At least with the cap, like, you can see an end, you know? You can see an end. Without the cap, it is pretty bad. I heavily disagree with this design decision. This design decision is very poor, in my opinion. This design decision is one of the worst things they could possibly did to uncap it. To uncap it is cancer. Who's watching the stream? Is the regulars here? Is fucking Quinn here? Quinn and whatever usually watches the stream at this time. I don't know they're here. But what should I work on now? Maybe I'll update the spreadsheet now. Maybe it's spreadsheet time. My guys are all chopping at the bit for. Helios, do you have a Reddit by chance? I'm lazy. I don't have a Reddit account. Someone post this Dtide guide video on the Morimens Reddit so people can know what to do to tackle the Dtide bosses. Because a lot of people think the bosses are too hard. The bosses are pretty simple. Bosses are pretty simple this Dtide. One of the easier Dtides. I have an account. You can just post there for me as a favor. But let me see here. What other things do I do? Why I don't? Oh, I got IP banned from Reddit. And I'm too lazy to do all that masking and stuff. Oh, and do this shit. I went on, in case you're curious, I went on several rants about looters. A lot of rants. Saying that they do not deserve human rights. And I don't think of them as people. And a lot worse. And I stand by my decision to this day. I do not consider them people. I rant a lot. This is just me normally. Wait, you can reenact this? Oh, nice. Wow. Weeklies are so easy now. CZN should do this. CZN should do this. Okay. I need to work on this spreadsheet. I'm resting right now. Rants. Rant complete. Okay, what other things do I get here? Do you guys want any comp showcase or anything before I switch to a spreadsheet stream? I need to buy this. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm here. Probably don't need to buy this right now. How much? Yeah, don't need to buy it right now. I need to save the dream charts. How many dream charts do I have here? How many dream charts do I have here? Liz comp show guys? Yeah, I already had this Liz comp show game. Whenever I tried to coach one, it was painful. 1,000. Liz comp showcase. You don't use Liz. The end. I get corporal up. Liz comp showcase. You don't use Liz. You're welcome. This looks really nice. Really wish I had an additional team for Wave 3. I'm out of teams. None of the remaining units can clear this. I need a team that can give poison directly. Top level 90 Doracine? Yeah, it's this big struggle here. This is wave 1, the easiest wave. Double wave 2, double wave 4, double wave 5. Here's the Reddit post someone did. Please comment, upvote, do whatever you guys want. I don't know. So, Morimens, general. Team do I run 24 in? 24. But now, kind of dead. Because G Murphy. Because G Murphy. It's kind of dead.
But also, on another note.
Holy shit, I would kill him. Why? It's just Pollux and caster. It's just a caster comp at the end of the day there. Automatically becomes a caster comp at the end of the day there. Okay, let me work on the spreadsheet guide then. I'm gonna update the spreadsheet now. on my stream. Okay, let me stream this spreadsheet real quick. I'm gonna remove this because it's already on the front sheet. Delete cells. Actually, this is the updated list is on the front one, but let's do. Okay. Could redo the view of this. Fine, I'll make this look slightly neater. Let me do this. It's like off gray. Boom. I should make this neater one day, but I'm too lazy. Oh. Keep that. Cut. Yeah. Seems good. Seems good. Okay, this is chapter. Let's do chapter 3 real quick. Chapter 3. The main gimmick. Yeah. Need the screenshot. In game. Screenshot time. Too lazy to input it in the cell. Some people say I'm insane for doing it this way, but I'm too lazy to input it, insert it in the cell. On here. I am insane. So, chapter mechanic. Chapter mechanic is a very powerful one. Chapter 3, Dorsey mechanic is whole fucking bug thing. Not a bug thing, but Soul Forge, Soul Feast. Soul Feast blend. Such as Key Flare, Heal, this effect stacks. Those cases you want Key Flare, hefty healing. Can cheese by using Orita's, see, which draws the 3 lowest cost cards from deck to hand, since it is a 0 cost card. So let's change the font, enter. Make Calf the insect. I don't think it's good to make Calf the insect. No. Don't make Calf the insect because you want her cards to come back. You want her cards to come back. No. You don't want to exhaust her cards. Above all else, to rouse everyone for the counter damage bonus. On some teams, they go all heal. None. This is a universal gimmick that doesn't particularly benefit one team over another unevenly. Enter. Vertical line. Okay, none. Boss / mobs to look out for. So the hardest bosses in this chapter. I'm gonna go over to the boss real quick. Obviously, the final boss is always one. So Fran, for sure. Fran and Dorsey. Fran. got nerfed. Do. Yes. Revives. Moves off then. I'm going in stage. Let me go in stage to remind myself real quick. Quick refresher here. Technical vulnerable. Or damage reduction. Which means you want to apply poison early. Dorsian. More life bars. Okay. Next hard boss. What's the next hard boss here? Priest of the Abyss is the new one, I guess. Priest of the Abyss is a recurring boss. Does 10 hits. One time less. Enter. So, final boss. Here, it's going to be... Let me scroll this over. Final boss is going to be fucking the final boss. HP. Just it's applied after the damage is dealt. So it means you should generate counter zero destruction HP each life bar. When he has full HP each life bar. Damage taken. Stronger buff. Okay, let's do chapter 4 now. Chapter 4. It's the most easiest chapter in Arc 2. HP. Unlike other chapters, color gimmick does not benefit any more than others in comparison to past chapters. Enter wrap vertical line. Okay. Paradise Vale. Let's go to final boss because that's the only thing that matters. So let's merge this. Unlike other chapters, dude, the gimmick getting so strong. The final boss seals the unit that goes each HP bar first turn, the first phase. Avoid perma locking your main. To avoid perma locking your main. Bring Alba. Yes. You lock your units one by one each turn, unless you are an ultra player. Lock. It's true. Oh, into the boss and strength down units. Like will excel this boss to the tentacle damage you receive. You receive. What else here? No, that's everything. Okay, that's updated. Maybe I work on a boss guide later. I'm lazy right now to want to play other games. Maybe I'll work on a boss guide eventually. Who pinged me? Do, do, do. Work on the intro page a little bit today. Don't need this. Holy Bible to Morimens. Boom. Gotta put the new screenshots down. 10 Commandments. Oh, I got 1,000 subscribers since the last time I edited this spreadsheet. Let me look at my tier list video here. Let me put this here. Chip and too lazy. Boom. I need to talk to the other guy how to get these clickable images working. I want to do that. But for now, I'm going to do that. Hand size equals auto pull. Now I need to make the tier list video. Tier list link. Where's the tier list? When was the tier list? When did I make the tier list? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Boom. Maybe I should put the tier list front and center somewhere. G Murphy already released, so I am making. It's Caribou next, then Arachne. So this. Okay. It's good enough. Posse unlock order guide anyway. There's only one thing I did. It's just fucking Marion Posse and then everyone else. It's Marion Posse, then everyone else. You know what? You just go do it for the story afterwards. I'll do the table of contents another day. Oh. Sure, really good as it. Okay, back to Morimens here. Okay, any last teams before I end the stream? Any last questions about team building or Dtide or whatever before I end the stream? Wonder if they release a new units. What do I need? I'm gonna go over my teams again. They make another unit. What do I need? Yeah, we need another utility support. It's been time. They've been releasing DPS after DPS after DPS. We need an actual utility support. We have too many DPSs and not enough supports. Because remember, a team, you need 3 supports to 1 DPS, basically. It's normally 3 supports to 1 DPS. We don't have enough supports. I have to use Lay. If it's a Carol unit, I have to use Lay. I can use the Lease. So Lease is free, Lay is free. Okay, if there's a poison unit, butt plug easier to obtain, sure. Okay. I think that's it for the stream. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna play some Outer Worlds or something on my own time. So I'm gonna lay down. I haven't slept in a while. Probably catch some sleep. Maybe. That's a lie. I'm probably gonna game, but I'm gonna tell myself I might sleep. Yep. I'll see you guys next time I stream.